Director, I didn't note, and I didn't see the clock on the wall, so I lost track of time. I think we're about 4 minutes after 8. Madam Director, I think for the record, we have the treasurer here, the auditor, and Secretary of State. Just also for the record, it's important to note that our superintendent of public instruction resigned recently, and we have a new superintendent, but he has not been sworn into office. I don't know if Mr. Schrader is online. I had asked him to participate if he had a chance. And, you know, as he is winding up his duties with his school in Cody, he may join us a little bit late. Madam Director, I also note that, you know, with every passing day and month, things are changing, and I want to commend you and your staff for trying to find an equilibrium that allows for participation remotely, but also with some cautionary tales associated with allows for some public participation here too. You know, it is my hope that this will provide what we've learned over the last 2 years will provide us greater opportunity for transparency and access from all around the state. And I want to commend you and Mr. Bump too for trying to provide the easiest way to do that. With that, I think we do have a quorum, and I would turn it over to you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So I'm understanding the board will first convene as the State Loan and Investment Board. The first item on the agenda, there are a number of business council matters, so I would yield back to you and or to Mr. Durrell.
Thank you. Members of the board, I don't know if there's any comments you want to make before we get started. Hearing none. Mr. Durrell.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and members of the board. Thank you for having us today. And we've got a couple items that we need to take care of. One item first, but before we go into that, I would, if it's all right with you, I'd like to introduce you to our new investments director, Bert Adam, who is joining us from another role within the Business Council. He was our entrepreneurial services manager, and we have moved him into the role, a leadership role within our organization on our investments team. And so Bert comes to us from the private sector, where he has done a number of jobs in people leadership as well as technical roles. And so we're really excited about bringing him into the fold and helping the team continue to grow. He's got a lot of good backup. Of course, we lost Julie Kozlowski to retirement, and so that's going to be tough to fill those shoes. But Bert has stepped in, and he's on his way already with the support of his team. And I think all of you have been able to meet him in the briefings. But I just wanted to make sure that the public also knew who Bert was and where he's coming from and what he'll be able to do. So with that, the first order of business is to review and take action on the October 7th, 2021 minutes. And I believe you've all had a chance to review those, and we've discussed those. And so that would be the first item of business before we jump into some applications for funding.
Thank you, Director. Are there comments on the minutes? Questions? Corrections? I hear none. Therefore, I would entertain a motion to accept the minutes for the October 7th, 2021 meeting.
So moved, Mr. Chairman.
It's been moved by the auditor. Is there a second?
Second.
It's been seconded by the Secretary of State. All in favor signify by saying aye. I think that motion carries.
All right, well, thank you all. And so before you today, we will have 4 projects for consideration in our Business Ready Communities program. And to bring those forth, we do have Mr. Adam here, but we also have members of our team, Mr. John Wendling and Miss Noel Reed, who will be available to present those and for questions. So at this time, if I may, I'm going to pass it over to Mr. Bert Adam.
Welcome, Bert, and we look forward to hearing.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and members of the board, and thanks, Josh. I'll jump right in here and we'll do a quick summary of where we're at with the BRC funding to start. Currently, we have $35.682 million in BRC funding available. And as Josh said, we have 3 requests for BRC funding and 1 for an extension on a loan, so 4 total. But with those 3 requests, they total $3.858 million. And this is well within the allocation target for this quarter of $11.8 million. And so if all 3 of these will be approved, we'll have a remaining balance of $31.824 million in the BRC fund. With that, I'll just give a quick summary of what Josh was talking about. We've got the 3 projects that went before our board, and that's Project Bison, which is a managed data center cost reduction project. We have a business park sewer infrastructure project in Shoshone. That's a community readiness project, a hotel feasibility study also in Shoshone, and that's a planning project. And then the 4th one that Josh had mentioned is a loan request from the city of Lander for the Maven Optics project. That was approved on our board or in Slib and in March of 2021. So with that, I'll hand it over to John Wendling, one of our experts, their grants project manager, to kind of walk through each of these for you, if that's right.
Thank you.
Bert.
Yeah.
Good morning, Governor. Excuse me. My name is John Wendling. I'm a grants project manager with Wyoming Business Council, and the first project I have today to present to you is from the city of Cheyenne. It's the Project Bison Microsoft Managed Data Center Cost Reduction Application. It's a maximum request of $2.25 million. This is for Microsoft, a Fortune 50 company looking to expand its regional footprint in Southeast Wyoming. The company has purchased a 260-acre parcel of land within the Bison Business Park. The objective of the project is to develop a large data center campus that will store and process data, create a platform for economic growth, spur job creation, and help develop the technical ecosystem that exists in Laramie County. While the company can only commit to 1 main building and 1 substation, they often consider these types of investments in clusters of buildings. Installation of infrastructure in the business park is already underway, and the company anticipates the construction will be completed sometime in early 2023. Electricity is the largest operating expense for these data centers, and grant funding helps offset some of the costs incurred by the increased utility demands. Power is the largest expense because data centers include redundant critical power and cooling components in order to provide increased safeguards against information technology process distributions. The projected electrical expense for this project is projected around $11 million annually, and the state will collect sales tax on these costs. Microsoft is anticipating an expanded workforce of 13 permanent full-time jobs that pay around $33 an hour, or 160% above the Laramie County's median wage of $20.66 an hour. We like to look at these projects as a 5-year window, and this project over 5 years is projected to have $50 million in new taxable capital investment and $4,461,600 in proposed new employee wages. For us, that's a direct impact of $10,253,315 after 5 years per applied economics modeling. And this is a economic impact modeling of our return on investment, if you will. To date, data centers in Wyoming have contributed $82.6 million in annual contributions to the gross domestic product, with over $1.5 billion in capital investments since 2010. just an overview on the highlights of this project. It provides high-paying, high-tech positions at 160% of county median wage. There's a recapture on our funds of 1.9 years of the 2.25 million we'll be reimbursing. It aligns with the state of Wyoming's economic development strategic plan, helps to activate new economic sectors, and enhances a growing ecosystem of data centers. The Attorney General opinion is still pending on this project. We should have that very soon. The WBC unanimously recommends this project from the city of Cheyenne to Slib in the amount of $2.25 million. We do have members of the community here today, and we are happy to answer any questions if you have some.
Thank you. Thank you, sir. Let me ask board members if they have any questions for John.
Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Treasurer.
Just quickly, John, when you guys gave us your presentation in my office there, I asked as far as what was the footprint was on this. I think you had 260 acres or whatever that there. I'm just wondering, how much future development is allowable in this acreage?
Yes, sir. And I would love to, if Joe is available or Jared to answer that question, that would be awesome.
Yeah, so Joe Stacknick, I'm with Ryan Consulting, representing the organization. And the park is large enough to accommodate several data centers. That will all be contingent on a myriad of factors in the future. But the basis of this application will allow the foundation in the business park to ultimately set a seed project in that can further accommodate additional growth.
Okay, I'll get with you with the details at a later date. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Treasurer. Further questions?
Briefly.
Mr. Secretary.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just a couple. The understanding is this complements an existing data storage infrastructure in Laramie County is number one. So that's correct. And two, what's the median wage for Laramie County right now?
So right now, the median wage is $20.66 an hour, Secretary.
Thank you, Mr. Secretary. Any follow-up? Okay, Auditor, any questions? All right, hearing none. What is the pleasure of the board?
Mr. Chairman,
Madam Auditor.
I would move that we approve a request for BRC managed data center grant for Project Bison Microsoft Data Center in the amount of $2.25 million.
Second, Mr. Chairman.
It's been moved by the auditor and seconded by the treasurer. Any discussion? Hearing none, all in favor signify by saying aye.
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 That motion carries. Thank you, John. Next, Mr. Wendling, next matter.
Yes, sir. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Our next project comes from the town of Shoshone. This is one of two projects today in front of you from town of Shoshone. The first project is a community readiness application for a business park sewer project. The request is for $1,583,419 for a total project cost of $1,667,039. The town of Shoshone is asking for the request to help extend sewer infrastructure from Maple Street westward toward the Wyoming Mushroom Farm. The infrastructure will develop an 8-inch sewer main and allow for the readiness of 273 acres of land. The town currently owns 113 acres of this 273 with water infrastructure already present. The other 160 acres are owned by the Wyoming Mushroom Plant west of town. The increased capacity will help Wyoming Mushrooms business expansion opportunities that they're planning on doing in the next year or two of 20 to 30 new jobs. Some additional objectives that will be achieved by this project are also a grocery store that will be on the Wyoming Mushrooms property that would include another 10 to 15 jobs that would serve the town of Shoshone. As far as the city land, this will include development of residential property with plans to develop approximately 70 homes. And without BRC assistance, it'd be very difficult for the town to pay for the infrastructure expansion and develop these lots. It'll also help to expand commercial lots that would be available out that way. And of course, like spoken before, expansion plans for Wyoming Mushrooms. The town has completed a level 1 water study and found the current water structure and infrastructure that is in place has a sustainable rate for the recommendations of just modernizing their current wells. The water study also tested the flow and demand, and it was determined that Shoshone has capacity to support the growth. The town of Shoshone has been working toward building a more dynamic community for many years. In addition to purchasing 113 acres of land for residential and commercial needs in December of 2020, they have demolished several buildings in town and replaced them with a park, basketball hoops, barbecue pits, and a pergola. In addition to several letters of support for this project, Wyoming Mushrooms is contributing $50,000 of cash match for their plan to help with their plans in the expansion down the road with the sewer infrastructure. There has also been other businesses that have expressed interest in the area. In the past, other companies have expressed this interest in Shoshone, but due to the lack of sewer and developed places to build, the plans weren't able to move forward in a reasonable time frame. The local benefits Shoshone anticipates seeing as a result of this project include increased property values of existing landowners, business development, and creation of local jobs, ability to recapture local sales tax, and much needed residential housing. The town of Shoshone has worked with partners and community members over the years to develop effective approaches to their economic and community development. While the proposed project is a sewer line, the economic opportunities that will result are essential for Shoshone's growth. This infrastructure will enable the town to assist existing local businesses with growing their operations and increasing employment. This project will prepare approximately 113 acres of commercial and residential property. Wyoming Mushrooms intends to develop an additional 160 acres, including projections to construct a public grocery store. This project was unanimously recommended by the WBC from the town of Shoshone in the amount of $1.583 million. And we'd be happy, members of the board are here today, and we'd be happy to answer any questions on this project as well.
Thank you, Mr. Wendling. I had a quick question and then a bit of a sort of a thought for future. Does anyone on this board remember the Wyoming Mushroom Factory? Did anybody visit it?
Mr. Chairman, I
remember it.
Okay, you have?
Mr. Chairman, I've been there in a customer capacity.
Uh-huh. Okay. Well, it's an interesting history, and I'm really tickled that there's consideration of trying to revitalize it. Director, one of the things, Josh, that I have been thinking about is to take a look at some of these projects, maybe review them at a future business council meeting. I don't want to take time today, but this is interesting. I note that there's about 2 miles of sewer line extension on this. Is that correct?
Yes, that is correct. It's just under 2 miles.
Okay. Very good. Well, thanks. I'll open it up for other members of the board. Any questions, Mr. Secretary?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The modernization of the water wells, is that already in place going forward, or will we be approached or the business council approached for monies to complete that?
Mr. Chairman, Secretary Buchanan, so I'd love to let the community speak on that, but as far as the modernization, I can't speak specifically to. But if Chris Kanja, their treasurer clerk, or Mayor Highsmith is also on the call, I would Appreciate their insight on that.
Mayor, nice to see.
Yeah, very good. Appreciate the questions. Appreciate being here with the chairman and the board. We just went through a phase 1 water study. We've moved to a phase 2. Currently, we have enough water to support this project. There will be some upgrades needing to be done in the future that we will be looking at funding of some sort to help do that. But that has no bearing on this project for this, because those would need to be done in any event. We're not anticipating needing to expand, but we may need some repairs and stuff, but we would need that regardless of the expansion. So that would not be connected to this project. And anyway, that's what we've got from our engineer's report.
Mr. Secretary, follow up?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. So, Mr. Mayor, so I understand that it's not necessary or it'll be necessary regardless of this, but so what I'm hearing is at least right now, there isn't an immediate plan in place for the modernization of the water wells, recognizing though that it is something that must occur in the future.
Yes, that would be correct. That's it's our phase 1 study identified issues that we need to address somewhere in the future, and we're going on to phase 2 to get in further depth with the engineers, and it'll end up in the phase 3 where they're going to be recommendations that we need to do some. We have issues with the water system that needs addressed. It would be correct.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I see that Mr. Kanija, is that the way you pronounce it, has his arm or his hand raised. Did he have a comment directed toward this line of questioning?
Yes, Mr. Chairman. I was just going to add that the level 1 study going through that, we had approximately 83% additional capacity over what we're currently using with emergency services that would come off the lines, and that the only concern was just the modernization and some things with the water wells needing to come above ground in the future was the main component of that. Nothing that would cause any degradation of the lines by any expansion of housing that is being proposed with this project.
Thank you, sir. And so I don't butcher your name again, I used to be a soccer ref, so I can do that like the best of them. Please, how do I pronounce your last name?
Kojai.
Kojai. Okay. Thank you very, very much. Madam Auditor.
Mr. Chairman, I have, and I apologize, this question's for the mayor, and I apologize because it's kind of a touchy-feely question. I so desperately want Shoshone to succeed and look forward to that. And I struggle a little bit because I see some, visually, and I'm from Riverton, just so you know, I've seen businesses open up and fail there, and I've seen the Main Street struggle, and I've seen the mushroom farm, which I think is fabulous, but it's certainly had a lot of struggles over the years. And, further, I see houses sitting in Riverton for sale for quite some time. And I don't know that the same things in real estate are going on quite as much there as they are in other parts of the state. And so there's going to be a question in here somewhere, I promise. What are we, what do you envision for Shoshone? This says, built something about building a unique economic profile. And what, as far as folks living there or coming there, but talk to me about, okay, if the mushroom farm creates new jobs, that's fabulous. The trend I see is that folks generally live in Riverton and they really, really value Shoshone. They send their kids to school there, et cetera. But talk to me about who's going to move in there and what you're lacking, if it's quality real estate or that sort of thing. I apologize. Does that question make any sense?
I believe this is a really good question. I'm glad you asked it. I will warn you though, I'm real good at making a short story long, not very good at making a long story short. So have your coffee ready. Okay, I'll try not to get that long. But anyway, I'm just, I'm very passionate about my town, Shoshone. My family moved here in 1962. We were a very vibrant community from the 60s, 70s, and 80s, and then the downturn has happened many towns. We were going towards ghost town status. But I had a gentleman from Lander here 2 days ago requesting information on the cemetery because him and his wife was got married here. They want to be buried here. And we were talking how vibrant the community was. All the yards are green, the houses were nice, and we went on but that was an interesting conversation because I remember Shoshone back then also, and that's my memories, and we're trying to bring that back. But and I'm going to blame the school districts is a big diamond here. We have approximately 1/3. Last I knew, approximately 1/3 of our students come from Riverton as a school of choice here. But the school in 1976, we had a really good football coach come in. They allowed him to live out of district. And so that started the exodus, if you will, housing issues where we have almost no teachers living in town. One of the development on part of our acreage is pointed towards good housing for teachers, and workforce housing, affordable housing for school employees and city employees. That's one of the drives. I've been working on this for over 5 years to develop this land, and we was able to purchase, and the sewer line will help do that. None of this would have been done without Wyoming Mushrooms and their devotion, if you will, to the town. They're a very good corporate partner. I know that the mushroom farm plant out there has a shaky, if you will, I guess, history, but it's never been owned and operated by any company with the vision. The vision in the past was past companies is let's grow mushrooms, let's sell them short term, make a living, and very possibly they were underfunded. You get into where you're borrowing a lot of money in business and you're coming underfunded. Many times that's not a good roadmap to success. Wyoming Mushroom comes in here, the current owner of that, well-funded and with a vision of not only just they're looking at other products that they're looking at, they're going to develop out there. They're a commitment. They mentioned to a grocery store, but they also plan to build a restaurant. Those were the two most things in our recent study that in the town that we, in our master plan, that the citizens of Shoshone said we need. We also need those for growth. And they're in their vision, the Wyoming Mushrooms, of other products besides just growing mushrooms and selling them to restaurants. that, and the restaurant industry is a big part of the mushrooms because the restaurants, fresh mushrooms are a big component. I didn't realize that how big the mushroom, I did some research on the mushroom business worldwide, how big it is. The majority of mushrooms in the United States are grown in Pennsylvania, but the Wyoming mushroom was come in with a team of business people, mushroom growers are experts. They've just hired some new people. Well, the mushroom, when COVID would hit, and it hurt the mushroom industry hard, like restaurants, because they were not open and selling food, that instead of going under anything else, Wyoming Mushrooms invested a lot of money on upgrades. They bought new trucks. They're delivering with their own drivers coast to coast. They did not go backwards as many businesses did. They stepped forward. They invested more money in their business. They've upgraded a bunch more equipment. They have a vision that of growth, and they believe in Shoshone. We've been a good working partner. We welcome them with open arms, and we've been working with them on their progress. And they've disclosed early on in talks with us their plans, and they, because of our working relationship, they want to invest in Shoshone. They believe in Shoshone. We have many people. We have people from Riverton already looking at buying lots over here. Some of them are young families they want their kids going here. And some people want to retire here. They like the lake. They like our town. If you've noticed driving through, we are cleaning up this town. Our new town plaza we developed, where we get more comments about that than anything else. But the clinic we built here, that was on my bucket list. We got a medical clinic here. We also have gotchas there, rehab. I've used it both. It's they're doing well. It's they're just additions to the town, and we plan to, we're tearing down the old Shoshone Motel. Lip Rivers, some of the other older buildings, eyesores. There's an old trailer with the roof caved in coming into town. We're going to remove that. We're trying to clean up our town and get it appealing again. It just has been dying a slow death, but the governing body in Shoshone right now is excited and working hard to try to bring us back. I think our last census total woke up some people because we've lost so much population. But if you take our census today, it's far greater than that. And that's a whole nother story. I won't get in there or really get long. But anyway, and I believe the operation manager Wyoming Mushroom is also on Bobby Fernandez. If you have any questions for him, but their vision and their dedication, they're a good corporate partner. They've been out, their administration been out help cleaning up town, picking up trash. I mean, they've donated that $50,000. They believe in it so much. They're putting their money up front. They're, and they're investing. They've spent millions out there, and they're moving forward, and they're helping the town of Shoshone move forward. And we're trying to change that. We want to be, we want to look like we used to look. And just a side note, the great traffic count we have through here, the majority of people going to the Yellowstone Park, if you will, that's a destination from the East Coast, drive through Shoshone. They either turn north to Cody or go towards Du Bois, but they still drive through Shoshone. We have a large traffic count. And the beautification of Shoshone and making us a vibrant community, I think we're not only the first thing they see in Fremont County, but all these people driving through Shoshone, if we're not like we used to be or get what we're doing, I think it looks bad on the state. I think this only helps. Also, making Shoshone better makes the state better. I mean, that's just my feelings. I'll shut up now, but anyway, thank you for a chance to brag about my town.
Well, thank you, Mr. Mayor, and I really appreciate the commentary, and I look forward to going through again. Madam Auditor, you had a little follow-up on this?
Oh, no, Mr. Chairman, I will say, Mayor, I was in town several weeks ago for the women's rabbit hunt, and the quantity of rabbits available was very disappointing. So I would hope that you could do something about that. And, you know, I think we pulled over and said hello to Chris, although I'm guessing that was probably you. We pulled over and said hi. He was patrolling, so I didn't introduce myself,
So
but
it
anyways.
wasn't a hairy experience visiting there.
No, it was not.
Okay.
We did not.
We will,
We pulled over and said hello. Yeah,
I believe Chris welcomes many visitors through
he
Shoshone.
does. Yes, he was quite welcoming.
So, Mr. Mayor, I would note, now that we have Zoom, maybe it's not quite such a pressing need, but when everybody wants to have a meeting in the middle of the state, I'm going to recommend that we go to Shoshone.
Well, I've been working on it, and thanks for your endorsement, Mr. Chairman. I appreciate that.
Very good. Mr. Treasurer, any comments, questions?
No, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And Chris, thank you for clearing up the pronunciation of your name. And I will certainly watch my P's and Q's as I go through Shoshone. Is there any further question? Any further question? Hearing none, I would entertain a motion.
Mr. Chairman,
Madam Auditor.
I would move a BRC grant for the town of Shoshone in the amount of $1,583,419 for the aforementioned purposes.
Thank you, Madam
Business
Auditor.
Park Sewer Project.
Thank you, Madam Auditor. Is there a second? It's been seconded by the Secretary. Is there any further discussion? Hearing none, all in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
That motion carries. Congratulations, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and the rest of the board. We will put the money to good work.
And you may have another opportunity here in just a moment. Mr. Wendling, I suppose the table goes back to you.
Yes, sir. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Yes, this second project from town of Shoshone is for a planning grant application. It is for a hotel feasibility study for a request of $25,000. The town of Shoshone is requesting the money to select a consulting firm to investigate the feasibility of a full-service hotel in the town. This need was identified in a Shoshone's town master plan completed in 2021. The town has a lot of tour activity and industry is growing in the region. Shoshone is located on a major transportation crossroads of highways 20 and 26 for Wyoming's tourism and outdoor recreation endeavors. The community sees many visitors traveling to and from Grand Teton, Yellowstone National Park, as well as Boysen Reservoir. In 2019, 1.4 million visitors traveled west to Shoshone and 1 million traveled north. Additionally, there is a need to support contractors working in the oil and gas industry, and the local school has also expressed a need for a hotel to host visitors attending athletic and other events that require overnight stays. Currently, teams, families, visitors who participate have to travel to Riverton, which is a 20-minute drive, or Thermopolis, which is a 35-minute drive for overnight accommodations. The scope of the work for the feasibility study will include items such as location, technical and management, feasibility, financial costs, competitive analysis, and addressing existing hotel landscape and impacts of the new property, and recommendations for implementation. There is potential to include the feasibility of an on-site restaurant as well. That was identified in the need of the town's master plan. There are multiple letters of support and the letter of interest from a potential hoteler. Analysis found that the town is well positioned to move forward with this feasibility study. The need to determine the best course of action has been identified, and there's a lot of support for this endeavor and in the community. As you know, planning is foundational to economic and community development. It empowers the community to sustainably develop their own unique economy. The WBC unanimously recommends this planning project from the town of Shoshone to Slib in the amount $25,000. Mayor and Mr. Kojai are here to speak on behalf of the project, and we'd be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Mr. Wendling. I think what we'll do is we'll direct questions to you first and then yield the floor to the mayor and Mr. Kojai. Any questions from the board to the business council? Hearing none. Mr. Mayor, give it back to you. I think you did cover quite a bit of the reason why you do this. This gives me a moment, though, to speak to one of the bright spots in Wyoming's economy has been tourism, and particularly developed sites close to Shoshone, where Boysen is a great fishery, and we've had camping there and so on. I just mentioned that the legislature is having trouble adding to some of the sites that are available there, and I would certainly encourage you to talk about the opportunities in both Shoshone and then up towards Thermop and even north into the basin. I think tourism is a real opportunity for that part of the state, and I would encourage you to make sure your legislators know that. With that, I will turn it over to you, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I would, it touches on the traffic that comes through and the needs. We recently had a developer build a RV park in Shoshone, which I think, and before we even talked with John Bass, the director of Boysen State Parks, and we talked with out of Boysen Marina, where they also have RV parking, and they supported the more spaces, motel spaces, RV parks we get to Shoshone, they'll be able to have more people utilize Boysen Lake, and everybody, they supported anything we do that way. Little history, we did have someone that COVID killed the idea that was looking at building a motel cafe here with a large RV park on some property west of town. But we still have, we have one company interested in building a motel. Since then, we've had a second person show some interest. But I believe we used to have 7 motels here. I believe this would be a great place for a motel, but I don't know. And this feasibility study, we use this for a tool. What would work? Maybe they'll tell us that it won't work. Maybe it'll tell us, that Thermopolis and Riverton can handle all that, but I don't think that's true, but maybe they will. But they may also give us, should it be a brand name? Should it be mom and pop? How many beds should we have? What should it look like? And that study would help us be able to use this as a tool and working with people interested in building a motel here, what it should be, what the footprint should be, how many doors, and because anybody that builds something here wants to be a financial success, also help the community and help big, there again, Shoshone is a good stopping off point to go other places, either north or, towards Cody or towards Riverton, DuBois. And the importance, we have a new school, great track facility. The school board has reached out and the superintendent, we have more beds and cafe places for them to eat, and we could have more track meets and that here would. And since we're centrally located, as the chairperson already mentioned, there is some interest in having meetings in the middle of the state and sporting events, because it's equidistant, you don't have to go to Cheyenne for everything, or Laramie or Jackson, we're in the middle of the state, and it has its advantages. But there again, this is another step to improve our town. It's going to create some jobs. It's going to bring people to Fremont County and help bring people to the state too, that can enjoy our great outdoors. I would just like to also mention I'm on the Wind River Visitors Council board, on their executive board also. So I'm very tuned in to tourism and how hard we're working in Wind River country, Fremont County, to make us not only a pass through, but a destination. And this would help this, we're looking at the rails and trails from Shoshone to Riverton to emphasize that. That's another thing we're looking at Shoshone. We're working with our local rec board, to maybe create a trailhead, if you will. But we having a motel here and cafe here would help us do that. I know Wind River country, we are going to be pushing for more rails and trails, that sort of thing, for people to do while they're in Wyoming and in Fremont County. And this helps, I think, make people's experiences in the state of Wyoming from wherever so much better. But yeah, this is a big part of, it's a small cog in a big piece, I guess is what I'm trying to say.
Well, thank you, Mr. Mayor, and please give Bruce, your superintendent, my hello.
Yes, it will.
Are there any questions? Hearing none, what's the pleasure of the board?
Mr. Chairman,
Madam Auditor.
I would move approval of the award for a hotel feasibility study in the amount of $25,000.
Second.
It's been moved by the auditor and seconded by the treasurer. Any discussion? Hearing none, all in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Thank you. That motion carries. Congratulations.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
Mr. Durrell or Mr. Wendling, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The final piece of business we have is a additional loan request from the city of Lander. It is for the Maven headquarters. They were awarded a loan for $2,705,392 in April of 2021. They planned on beginning construction this last summer. However, due to increased material costs resulting from the pandemic and supply chain and labor issues, costs went up. And so they had to reevaluate funding and really cost estimates. So they put the project on hold and waited till later in the summer, fall to put out bids again. And they were able to value engineer some of the project in order to get the costs down, and were able to come up with a project cost that they could put together and allow the project to proceed. So their additional request is up to the maximum of the program, which is $3 million, to increase it $294,608. So their final award would be the $3 million maximum loan request. This is a loan, not a grant, so it will be repaid. The staff has evaluated financials of the company that they can undertake increased lease payments to the town, to the city of Lander, so the loan payments can be paid. This was unanimously recommended by our board for the additional loan funds in the amount of $294,608. There are members of the community here today as well, and staff would be happy to answer any questions that you have.
Thank you. Let me ask if there are any questions from the board for the business council staff. Hearing none, if there is anyone who would like to address the board, certainly entertain that. I see moved quickly. So I see Mr. Cade Meistis there, and is there anyone else? Raylene, you're there. Who would like to address the board?
Thank you, Governor, members of the board. This is Ray Jean with the City of Lander, and I have Mayor Monty Richardson with us.
Mayor, it's good to see you standing back there.
Yeah. We're just listening, staying out of the way.
Thank you.
I really appreciate this opportunity. The Maven Company and the City of Lander has done months and months of due diligence to get this project to fit within our budget and still provide the 40 jobs that we were looking for originally. So we are very happy to announce that we've come to an agreement for that. And we're hoping to get the increased loan value amount. I do want to tell you that if this is approved today, we are sending you a new revenue recapture plan and a Maven lease, which will be updated through our city council this month. And the most important thing is if it's approved today, we are going to have a groundbreaking for Maven at the February 16th. And I would hope to get you all an invite here in the next day or two to that. And we'd love to see everyone involved come to that ground opening on the 16th.
Thank you, Ms. Fossen. Any questions? Any questions? I hear none. What's the pleasure of the board?
Mr. Chairman, I would move that we approve the revised loan application in the amount of $3 million for the City of Lander.
Thank you. It's been moved by the auditor. Is there a second?
Second.
It's been seconded by the treasurer. Is there any discussion? Hearing none. All in favor, can't speak today. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
That motion carries. Congratulations to you. And I think we've just learned that if you want anything done, you ask a woman to do it.
Thank you, board.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Mayor. Mr. Wendling, any more matters to come before us?
No, Mr. Chairman, that is it from the Wyoming Business Council. We appreciate it.
Thank you. Any closing comments, Mr. Durrell?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and members of the board for pushing these projects forward. I know that they're going to make a difference. I think you can see quite a bit of, I think some of the themes today, obviously, we've found the right lever when it comes to managed data centers. And I think we definitely want to keep utilizing that. I think there's a lot going on in that area, obviously around the world, but it's Wyoming's open for business for them. And I think that's important. I think you can also see the passion for the passion in some of our areas of the state and how they want to rebuild and really turn the corner. And I think that what I have found is that when you have a coalition of leaders that want to get some things done and they're all running in the right direction, I think the alignment that they have, that makes a big difference. And so being able to ready their community and plan for the right things makes a big difference. And then that final request of kind of extending that loan to a company that is willing to take that on, and I think that's good because those funds will help this company get their headquarters rolling, but it will also come back to the state. And I think that's another theme that we really see as a positive within the Business Council. So you kind of got a full spectrum of good things that are happening, and I appreciate all of your efforts and your decisions today. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Durrell. With that, we'll close the Business Council portion of this and turn it back over to the director. Point of personal privilege for me, I do see that Mr. Schrader is online. I don't know if Mr. Bump can connect with him, and he doesn't have to address us right now, but I'd love to have him have a moment. If he is available to speak now, it would be nice, but if not, we can wait.
Yes, sir. Good morning, Governor Gordon. Can you hear me?
We sure can. Thank you, Mr. Schrader, for joining us.
Yes, sir. Secretary of State Buchanan, good morning. Auditor Racinas and Treasurer Meyer, good morning. I met some of you last summer in Cody, but look forward to meeting all of you and working with you. It's going to be a great honor and opportunity. And I, of course, will have plenty of questions for each of you as I move into this new role. Thank you ahead of time for whatever help you will be able to offer.
Thank you, Mr. Schrader, and welcome. We'll welcome you officially probably at the next meeting. I think you're a little bit more than 24 hours away from your new life as superintendent. So we really are very excited to welcome you.
Yes, sir. Thank you, Mr. Governor.
Thanks. Any other comments?
Welcome aboard.
Yes, thank you.
All right, Madam Director.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The next item on the agenda for the State Loan and Investment Board is approval of the meeting minutes. We have two sets of minutes. We have the December 2nd, 2021 State Loan and Investment Board meeting minutes. We also have the January 5th, 2022 State Loan and Investment Board special meeting minutes. I'll leave it to you to decide if you want to take them individually or together.
Thank you, Madam Director. I would leave it to the board to make whatever motion they seem to feel is appropriate. Let me just ask if there are any corrections or comments or discussion points on either of the sets of minutes. I don't hear any, so I leave it to your best guidance.
Mr. Chairman,
Mr. Secretary.
Mr. Chairman, I would move for adoption of the December 2nd, 2021 State Loan Investment Board meeting minutes, as well as the January 5th, 2022 State Loan and Investment Board special meeting minutes.
Okay, you've heard that motion. Is there a second?
Second.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. Any discussion? Hearing none. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Those minutes, both of them carry. Madam Director.
Mr. Chairman, before we get into the meeting agenda, I have an update for the board on a matter from December. So with your permission, if I could address that at this time, I'd appreciate that.
Please proceed.
Board members, you may recall at the December 2nd, 2021 State Loan and Investment Board meeting, OSLI presented to the board the names of those individuals that filed their completed ethics disclosure statements with OSLI pursuant to the requirements of Section 3.4 of the Master Investment Policy. At that time, we were missing one disclosure. We have since received that disclosure statement. So all of the applicable people have now filed their disclosure forms with OSLI.
Thank you, Madam Director. I guess we would note that for the minutes, and we are ready to proceed.
Mr. Chairman, we have provided you with the usual reports behind tab B. We do not have anything else to add at this point, but we would stand for any questions related to those reports.
Are there any questions for the matters behind tab B from members of the board? I don't see any or hear any, so please proceed.
Mr. Chairman, we have provided the materials for this meeting in advance and have briefed each of you individually prior to the meeting. At this time, I'm prepared to propose a very short consent list if the board would so desire.
With the board's approval, let's proceed with that.
Mr. Chairman, we believe that matters F1 and G1 are amenable to treatment on a consent list.
Thank you. You've heard that. Matters F1 and G1 are amenable for treatment on a consent list. Is there a person willing to make that motion to make that consent list?
Mr. Chairman.
Yes.
Mr. Chairman, I would move that items F1 and G1 be placed on a consent list for further consideration.
Okay, F1 and G1 are being placed on a consent list with a motion by the secretary. Is there a second?
Second.
It's been seconded. Any discussion? All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
We have a consent list. I will now entertain a motion to adopt the director's recommendations for item F1 and G1, which are on the consent list.
Mr. Chairman,
Mr. Secretary.
I would move that the board adopt the director's recommendations with regard to F1 and G1 on the consent list.
Thank you, Mr. Secretary. That motion's been made. Is there a second?
Second.
It's been seconded by the treasurer. Any discussion? Hearing none, all in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Those matters are adopted.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. That brings us to the D matters, which are the state investment matters. So I would yield the floor to the treasurer's office.
Thank you, Madam Director. Mr. Treasurer.
Thank you, Mr. Treasurer. Mr. Chairman, the first matter for consideration up is the hiring of private equity invested manager, the Veritas Capital Fund, 8LP. If you recall, Veritas is a fund that organization we worked with before. We have with us today our CIO, Patrick Fleming, Matt Gosh, and our attorney, Lisa Jurdy-Spillman, who will go over the material terms. And I'll turn it over now, Mr. Chairman, to our CIO, Fleming.
Thank you, Mr. Treasurer. Mr. Fleming.
Mr. Chairman, members of the board, my name is Patrick Fleming. I'm the CIO for the Treasurer's Office. Thank you, Mr. Treasurer. Just to give an update, we have gone over all of the managers with the board members, so everyone knows that this is a longer process than what you see before you today. Also, as a reminder, the Investment Funds Committee, who looks over these matters, voted unanimously on both of the managers today. Dan Kravinskas, who's going to be speaking to us today on the real estate portion of it, was mentioned that this is his best idea, and RBK, our consultant, thinks that Veritas is one of the top managers as well. So as far as the background, we have a unanimous decision as to these managers. With that, I will pass it over to Matt, and he will give the short presentation on Veritas.
Mr. Chairman, members of the board, I'm Matt Sangash. I'm the SIO for the state of Wyoming. I'm here to present Veritas Capital 8. Some of this will be all hat because we approved the investment into the middle market vehicle Veritas Vantage last April. And this is a continuation of the idea that we should be funding the best franchises over long periods of time and remain a partner with them so long as their basically investment thesis remains intact. In private equity, you have persistence of alpha. Everything that was true in April for Vantage is also true for Flagship. The fund is exceptional in their space, and we believe they will continue to be a dominant player in their respective domain. Across their 7 prior flagship funds, the returns have been summarily excellent, and the depth of organizational expertise makes them a partner of choice and lends me confidence they will continue to not dominate within that niche at the intersection of government and technology. We are proposing a $50 million investment into Veritas 8. We feel that their longstanding, rigorous, repeatable discipline approach will serve them exceedingly well. I would like to introduce you to James Dimitri. He's a partner with Veritas.
Thank you, and I appreciate everyone's time this morning and the complimentary comments you provided as it relates to Veritas. So I'll provide a 5-minute presentation on the organization and turn it over to any questions that anyone may have. So for background, as was mentioned, Veritas is an investor in the private equity space that focuses exclusively on deploying capital at the intersection of technology and government influence markets. And we're the only investor in the country that has this exclusive focus and this differentiated area where we invest. We've been doing this for 20 plus years. We've been sticking to this knitting that entire time. And we think that that's developed a lot of unique attributes for our organization that's allowed us to develop some of these and generate some of these outsized returns. So maybe we can skip into the presentation quickly. So as I mentioned, 20 years plus, we have $38 billion in assets under management. We are based in New York, and we invest exclusively in businesses that provide solutions or capabilities at this intersection of technology and government influence markets. We've generated a 4.5 times gross MOIC over our firm's history for realized investments and partially realized investments, and a 44% gross IRR. But what you see in that bullet that's most important to us is we have less than a 1% loss ratio. And that's in a market that has anywhere between 15 to 20%. So we're extraordinarily proud that we're able to generate, like I said, on the upside, tremendous returns, but also preserve capital for our investors. We very much, because we've been focused in this area for so long, view ourselves as a strategic investor. So we understand, our markets, we think, as well as anyone. We've been around and we've made mistakes. We've learned through different administrations how to deploy capital effectively and really built up a unique treasure chest of intellectual property in these markets that's differentiated for us in sourcing transactions and deploying capital and then ultimately harvesting transactions as well. Part of our playbook that we refer to as the strategic lever asset we think is very differentiated because we look to invest in businesses that we can transform and that we can do things to really drive value creation for our investors. And lastly, when you traffic and invest in this marketplace, reputation is critical. And so reputation is our most important asset, operating in an ethical way. A number of us have security clearances because we are deploying capital into investments around national security. And so, this is absolutely critical and what we deem to be, the most important, attribute of our organization. Do you want to flip to the next page, please? So the next page is just industry periodicals and industry, experts that essentially provide us some nice marketing language that highlight, some of the performance that we've had, relative to other industry peers. And so you can obviously hear it from us, but I think it's great and it feels great to be recognized as a leading manager, by the industry broadly. If you can flip to the next page, please. So as you think about this organization, as I said, focusing on intersection of government technology, we've been doing it for 20 years. We've built up all this intellectual property, and it's created this very unique investment platform. As you noted, you are an investor in the Vantage Fund, which is our middle market fund, and that's really focused on investing in smaller businesses that the flagship fund also pursues. And so it's capitalizing on the intellectual property to not say, we're only going to pursue larger investments, but we're also going to pursue investments and take all that unique insight, take all that capability, take all that approach, that network, and drive it into, businesses that quite frankly are just slightly smaller. And then also we've been able to take that opportunity and that intellectual property and invest in credit opportunities. And this was driven by our limited partners that said we want to invest and take advantage of this unique perch that you have. And if you don't like the equity, but maybe you like the debt, or maybe you know something about the debt of a business that others do not because of this unique perch that you've been able to develop. And so we've created this intellectual platform, integrated platform where we're able to utilize resources, utilize insight, utilize capabilities to invest across the entire capital structure in large businesses and smaller businesses and different parts of the balance sheet, which we think is obviously very, very differentiated. If you could turn to the next page, please. So as you think about our markets, I continue to use this word, intersection of government technology. We really focus on, what I'll call three big buckets: education, and specifically education technology; healthcare, and specifically healthcare technology; and then a broader national security umbrella, which includes aerospace, defense, government services, cybersecurity. And these are gigantic markets, multiple trillions of dollars is noted here. They're very complex. They're very, very dynamic. And if we didn't have this expertise, having focused in this area for so long, we wouldn't be able to effectively identify opportunities where we have an ability to create value. As I said, we view ourselves very much as a strategic buyer because we have strategic insights because we focused here for so long. We've understood, and seen how cycles have worked, both, allocating capital to defense budgets, healthcare policy, education policy, the ups and downs of what happens, broadly as it relates to policy and how it impacts these different sectors and these different target industries. Like I said, we think we have a very differentiated and unique approach to be able to source and create value when we deploy capital into these business segments. If you could flip to the next page, please. As you think about the United States government, the government spends about $300 billion annually in IT and R&D. People don't fully appreciate that. It's about twice the size of the venture capital community. And the government is really the tip of the spear in a lot of technological innovation in the United States. Whether that's things like GPS. I mean, we could say the internet, all the content on if you have an iPhone, all the content around Siri, that's all developed by the government. And because of our close relationship with the government, because of our understanding, whether it's cybersecurity, healthcare, IT, ed tech, we are effectively utilizing this tip of the spear capability that the government drives through innovation. And because we're close and connected to the government, we're able to identify trends very, very early. and act on those trends far in advance of our peers. For example, in 2002, we were discussing with the head of the NSA what at the time was referred to as DPIA, Data Protection Information Assurance. That's now today referred to as cybersecurity. We made an investment in a number of companies, and it had been extraordinarily successful in each of those assets and driving differentiated returns. But again, it's because almost 20 years ago, when we were talking to the intelligence agencies, they didn't refer to it as cybersecurity. We knew that this trend was going to be important. Similarly, with healthcare IT, we've made investments in a number of assets, but having a close relationship with CMS and understanding fraud, waste, and abuse, and the challenges that we have in the broader healthcare ecosystem, we've been able to identify businesses that close the gap in fraud, waste, and abuse, that try to improve the delivery of healthcare, whether that's a company like Athena Health that's ensuring physicians are paid appropriately for providing the services to patients, whether that's Cotiviti that's assuring that healthcare payers are paying providers appropriately for services rendered, and minimizing, all the fraud, waste, and abuse. Gainwell, they provide, core processing and coordination of benefits for Medicaid beneficiaries throughout the United States. We're in 40 of the 50 states. So having that relationship and understanding what's going to happen, is uniquely positioned us to be very, very effective in that marketplace. EdTech's very similar. We looked at 25, 30 investments before we made our leap into the education sector. Have been very, very successful in doing what we can to provide learning management to K through 12 schools, to provide at the post-secondary level, capabilities that enable curriculum and enrollment at post-secondary schools. And, if you think about all these different sectors and our relationship with the government, what's also unique is that there's a mission-driven element here. We're providing, and stewards of national assets in the national security bucket. And healthcare, we're delivering and reducing costs and trying to improve care in the healthcare ecosystem. In the education sector, the United States has fallen behind other developed nations as it relates to math and science and reading, and we're doing what we can, obviously, to drive performance in those schools. Turn to the next page, please. So this is just more color on, being in this area for so long, this proprietary network we've built up that allows us to source deals creatively. We also have expertise in corporate carve-outs, where we buy businesses that are part of larger organizations that have, quite frankly, been under-optimized or under-invested in. They've been competing for capital with other segments and larger businesses, and we've been very, very successful, in sourcing these transactions, in our target industries because of what we've been doing for so long. If you could flip to the next page. When we think about investments, and I know you guys have probably heard this in the past, we very much evaluate opportunities to determine what we think we can do under our stewardship period different. So oftentimes, investment firms will look at the historical performance of a business. We take that as a data point, but that's not the driver of our decision making. The driver is there a unique capability or solution that we can build around that could be strategically repositioned in the business to pursue adjacent markets? That could be investing into the sales team to drive growth. That could be investing in R&D to drive innovation. That could be making acquisitions. That could be taking all the portfolio companies that we have, collaborating across businesses. And this is what we've been able to really productize, this strategic lever playbook. And so if you look at a lot of our investments, they have a number of these different value creation levers that we've become maniacally focused on executing against. And this has been a big driver and secret of our success. If you could hit the next page. So we don't believe in portfolio theory. I know a lot of organizations really are proponents of portfolio theory. Our perspective is to generate some of the outsized returns we have. We use the old Mark Twain adage, put all your eggs in one basket and watch it carefully. And so we have a very concentrated portfolio. At this point, it's 11 investments. When you look at the number of investments per partner, it's at 1.6 companies. That's significantly different than the industry, which is over 5 investments per partner. And this allows us to, going back to what I said earlier, maniacally execute against that strategic lever playbook to create value. Next page, please. Great. So, as you kind of process a lot of this, I know I talked quickly and I know some of this lexicon and language may not be familiar to everyone, but, we have this differentiated approach in investing in the intersection of technology and government influence markets with a very concentrated portfolio. We deploy this intellectual property in a strategic lever playbook, and then that's obviously, generated the returns that we're extraordinarily proud of, both on the gross MOIC and internal rate of return, as well as a industry-leading loss ratio. So I know that's a pretty expedited presentation. I'm happy to turn it over to anyone there for any questions that you may have.
Well, thank you. And is it Jim?
I go by Jamie, actually. It
Okay.
says James here, but I go by Jamie.
Okay, well, thank you very much for that. And we have a new board member who will be joining us here in a little bit. This is his first meeting. So just by way of, again, personal privilege, thank you for making that presentation. There is an investment funds committee, which you spent some significant amount of time with. And Josh Keevan is here from RVK, which is our consultant to the State Loan and Investment Board, and has another consulting obligation to the Treasurer's Office specifically. And then just because it's so wonderful to see Dan. Dan, good to see you again. Missed conversations with you. Dan is a very competent advisor, Mr. Treasurer, that has brought a lot of value to your portfolio over the years. And it's just good to see you. Mr. Treasurer, is there any particular comment you want to make? Any questions? Let me leave this for you to start with.
I just say that I agree with the work that's been done in this regard to picking this particular manager, and they've got a great track record, and we're glad to be able to offer this opportunity to the state, and thank the investment team and Patrick and Matt and all the work that we've done in contracts with Lisa. It's been a heavy lift, and we do appreciate the input and the advice of the IFC. The relatively short presentation as far as the IFC's recommendations. They knew a lot about Veritas, and they said, good company, sign them up, pretty much.
Excellent. Mr. Secretary or Auditor, any comments? So, Mr. Schroeder, just for your benefit, the Treasurer's staff are here. Patrick Fleming is the CIO. Matt Smagatz does a lot of the analysis, takes those ideas to the IFC along with the Treasurer, vetted and conversation. And all of this is by way of saying only the very best to get to us. So, Jamie, it's really nice to have you here. Congratulations on making that cut. So unless there's any other questions there, what I would do is to entertain a motion.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, the Treasurer recommends that the board select the Veritas Capital Fund 8 LP as a state private equity investment manager, conditioned upon the material terms and successful contract negotiations.
Thank you very much, Mr. Treasurer. Is there a second?
Second.
It's been seconded by the auditor. Any discussion? Hearing none, all in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Thank you. That motion carries. Congratulations.
Thank you very much.
The next, and again, for Mr. Schroeder, and I'm not trying to be too didactic about this, but the next, by statute, we are required to approve or disapprove material terms of the investment. And so with that, Mr. Treasurer, I'll turn it back over to you and a very capable Lisa Jurdy. So.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, and I'll reiterate what the CIO said. The IFC has looked and improved the material terms also. And Lisa can go through some of the terms and answer any questions. Lisa.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, rest of the board. I will go over the material terms. The management fee for Veritas Fund 8 is 1.75. After the investment period, which is 5 years, it drops to 1.5 per annum. There's an 8% hurdle. So after we have return of capital and after we receive 8%, then they're entitled to their carried interest of 20% and a catch up at 100%. After that, we share. Turning to page 4, the term of this fund is 10 years. It's subject to 2 consecutive 1-year terms at the discretion of the general partner. And after that, it may be extended with consent of 70% interest of the limited partners. This is a closed-ended fund. There will be distributions, generally at least quarterly. These distributions are in the discretion of the general partner after they've created reserves as provided in the agreement. The fund has agreed to our state tax withholding requirements. There are key person events and provisions therein for removal of the general partner if key person events are triggered. These are standard and reasonable and good for the state. Default provisions are standard. The state and any other limited partner enjoys limited liability. This fund will be employing leverage, which is permitted under the IPS. There is a right to recall certain distributions that include a return of commitments that have been returned, original invested capital, but not including gains or income. And there is a cap on that of 15%. The state's interest, as with most funds, is generally limited. It's up to the discretion of the general partner to approve transfer of interest. The reporting and transparency is typical in these funds. They will provide us all of the requirements that the state needs for reporting purposes. The fund has agreed to the Wyoming Public Records Act provisions. There are standard of care provisions, including fiduciary duties. There will be potential conflicts of interest, and these are addressed and disclosed in the limited partner agreement. And we've reviewed them, and they look reasonable to the state. There is an advisory board, an LPAC, Limited Partner Advisory Board. We have asked for a seat on that board. We have yet to hear back, but we anticipate hearing back at the time of closing. The evaluation policy has been provided to the state and has been reviewed and is good. They have agreed to the state's most favored nation status. So if they provide terms that are better than they provided to us at the same level of commitment, they will give us the opportunity to take on those favorable terms as long as we take on any of the other terms as well. They've agreed to limit the state's indemnification. They've agreed to maintain reasonable insurance. They've acknowledged that they've received the state's IPS, and I'm seeking side letter support that they've read and acknowledged the requirements of that IPS. There is a general partner clawback provision there at interim times as well as at final distribution, which means if the general partner is overpaid, they will pay money back into the fund for distribution to the limited partners. They've agreed to the state's sovereign immunity provisions. They've acknowledged that the fund documents do not require us to consent to arbitration. The general partner will have skin in the game of at least $200 million, and the amendment provisions are standard and reasonable. Are there any questions?
Thank you, Ms. Jordy. Are there questions? Are there questions? Hearing none, thank you. Just because I want to have a chance for Josh or Dan to speak to anything here, are there any comments you would have?
Good morning, Mr. Chairman, members of the board. Josh Keevan with RVK. I'll speak to the Veritas Fund very briefly. We would just simply concur with many of the comments made. Our perspective is that Veritas is somewhat unique in their consistent focus on this particular intersection of software and government-related industries. Their performance speaks for itself. It's been top-notch and consistent. And this is also, from our perspective, consistent with the pacing, the study that drives the commitment amounts, timing, and speed. And lastly, this is a good fit for the portfolio. This is, although you have other managers in your private equity portfolio focused on software, this is a unique aspect of the software market and fits well with your other investments. Happy to answer any questions that the board has of us.
Thank you, Mr. Keevan. Mr. Kravinskis, any comments?
Yeah. So first of all, Mr. Chairman and members of the board, great to see you all virtually, and I'm hopeful that we can meet together in person very soon. I will defer to Josh and the RVK team and the Treasurer's Office with respect to this. We certainly know Veritas here at Axia. I head up our real estate investment committee as well as real estate co-investment committee, and do not have as much personal experience on the private equity side. But with that said, it is a top-notch organization, and certainly concur with everything that's been stated here today.
Okay, I didn't know if you had expanded your role, so
not yet. Let's
Okay, fantastic. What's the pleasure of the board? Mr. Treasurer.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, the state treasurer recommends that the board approve the material terms of the state's investment in the fund, Veritas Capital 8 Limited LP.
Thank you, Mr. Treasurer. That motion's been made. Is there a second?
Second.
Been seconded by the auditor. Any discussion? Hearing none. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
That motion carries. Thank you, Ms. Spillman. With that, thank you, Matt. With that, Mr. Fleming.
Mr. Chairman, yes, the next investment would be Hamas, which you have material terms, and Robin Preston, who is our Senior Investment Officer in charge of real estate and infrastructure, will introduce Patrick Hamas, and also Dan will be commenting on that. Robin.
Thank you, Mr. Fleming. I was wondering about the pronunciation, so it's not Hames.
No. Mr. Chairman, members of the board, my name is Robin Preston, and I'm the Senior Investment Officer responsible for infrastructure and real estate. Today, I'm here to introduce to the Slib the Hamas Partners 4 Fund. Speaking next, we'll have Dan Kravinskis. He's our real estate advisor from Axia. Dan will share his thoughts on this opportunity. Following Dan, we will have Patrick Hamas, principal of Hamas Partners. Patrick will discuss the fund and answer any further questions. Before I pass it on to Dan, I'd like to make a couple of quick comments. So in terms of a portfolio we've been building here, we've been trying to select desirable subsectors. As you're aware, the first was industrial via our investment in Realterm. This investment to date has been extremely successful. Hamas will be an investment in medical office. So this will capture 2 themes. Firstly, the US demographics. So, the US is getting older, and unfortunately, as you get older, you require more visits to the doctor. The second trend is a transition from relatively expensive inpatient healthcare to cheaper outpatient. So this medical office investment will hopefully benefit from both these drivers. This diversification is very important, and we're intending to add more of those themes to the Wyoming real estate portfolio going forward. And with that, I would like to introduce Dan Kravinskis.
Great. Thank you, Robin. And Mr. Chairman, members of the State Loan Investment Board, thank you for inviting me here today to introduce an investment opportunity that we think is a great risk-adjusted return opportunity and a great complement to the overall Treasurer's Office real estate portfolio. And that is Hamas Partners Fund 4. For the record, my name is Dan Korvinskis. I'm head of real estate research and co-investments at Axia. And I want to focus on Hamas for just a couple of minutes before handing over to Patrick Hamas and the Hamas organization. Really focusing not only on the investment merits of the opportunity, but also, as Robin mentioned, how it complements the overall Treasurer's Office portfolio. First, long story short, is Hamas Partners brings both the consultative as well as project management experience of the Hamas organization over the last 3 decades to a private equity platform to take advantage of the secular themes that Robin has talked about. And that's specifically the aging of America, graying of the baby boomers, whatever euphemism you want to utilize. It is a mega trend that is here and has impacted many different sectors, with healthcare, real estate being certainly at the top of that list. But in addition, as Robin mentioned, there's also significant cost reduction push across our healthcare system, and quite candidly, a movement away from inpatient hospital visits to take care of various items, and more movement over towards outpatient care of various forms, from everything as simple as a simple a COVID test, or to something as more serious as minor outpatient surgical care, et cetera. All this is being done within ambulatory care centers, within outpatient care centers, where 30, 40 years ago, even 20 years ago, that would happen in a hospital setting. And Hamas essentially is taking advantage of that opportunity set to invest ahead of this mega trend. These factors are complemented by many healthcare systems across the United States, as well as physician networks, basically having real estate, or either having a current real estate investments, or growth in real estate investments, and not necessarily wanting to deal with that anymore. So essentially working with groups like Hamas, they are able to sell their real estate, oftentimes entering into sale leaseback type situations, where these groups can more efficiently utilize that capital on technology, on bringing more profitable business within their realm, and less on the focus on the day-to-day real estate aspects that Hamas does so well. This is where, frankly, Hamas Partners' relationships with prominent healthcare systems really comes into play, and has been a huge benefit. The Hamas personnel have often been the first call for many of these "quote unquote" C-suite executives in large hospital systems around the United States, physician systems around the U.S. as well, where Hamas has either had a relationship in the past on a consultative or project development basis, or certainly knows of them. And we really have seen this in the course of our client investments in Hamas's 2 previous funds, and look forward to seeing that continue with Hamas Partners Fund 4. Personally, I've known the Hamas Partners group now for almost 10 years, since they raised their first institutional fund back in 2013 and 2014. And our client returns certainly have demonstrated really outsized returns relative to what we had expected. And Hamas is expecting similar returns in Fund 4. Certainly they can't overpromise, but I certainly expect that we can see certainly in line in performance, and perhaps outperformance on a go-forward basis, but we will see. We note that Hamas 4 strategy will target the acquisition of these existing outpatient facilities that are leased to long-term high credit and stable tenants. And to a smaller extent, they may also invest in new developments, so long as those developments are at least 50% pre-leased on a long-term basis. And this really helps to mitigate some of the concerns that I've had personally, as well as many of you have had in the past with respect to investing in more speculative type of investments. Really, Hamas, we believe, takes advantage of the best of both worlds. Beyond that, we also note that Hamas in the past has been able to essentially aggregate together these portfolios of smaller outpatient and ambulatory care centers, put them into portfolios and sell them to larger core buyers that essentially don't want to do the legwork that Hamas does. So essentially, buy these small assets, you put them together in portfolios and sell them to larger groups that have a significant amount of capital that wants to enter the space. We believe that this has worked well in funds 2 and 3. And we believe this will continue to work well in Fund 4. Finally, with regard to the Wyoming State Treasurer's Office real estate portfolio, we note that and really believe that the merits of this investment outweigh the risks. We note that this is in addition to the non-core portion of your portfolio where you are currently under allocated. And like Robin mentioned, we have tried to find opportunity sets that take advantage of secular growth drivers. Industrial has been something that we've advocated for you to invest in. You did this a couple of years ago, and we've all seen since the COVID crisis has really impacted us over the last couple of years, the value of that investment has increased. We believe that investment with Hamas will take advantage of the long-term trends in healthcare real estate. The last point that I want to make is, while I've been very positive about Hamas, and certainly we wouldn't bring this opportunity to you without that positivity, there is no free lunch. And there are certainly risks of investment. I'll highlight a couple for your attention. First and foremost is leverage. And for those of you who may remember, I started off my career as a bankruptcy attorney. So I know leverage is a 4-letter word. Well, actually it's an 8-letter word, but nonetheless, it's typically something that has to be viewed with caution. And certainly we do view this with caution, but note that the consistency associated with the income that comes in over time really makes us feel that the leverage is warranted. And frankly, it's met up with essentially bondable type leases that essentially derive income through good times as well as bad. And we've even seen this during the COVID period. The collections essentially were at or near 99 to 100% through that entire time. And then a last point that I'll mention is the increasing amount of competition in this space. When we first started working with Hamas back in 2014, healthcare real estate was much more of an esoteric investment area. It's no longer. And many other groups are looking to enter the space, which can essentially compress yields, compress returns. With that said, we believe Hamas and their sourcing capabilities, as we've discussed, really provides them the opportunity to find investments that others in this space essentially would miss or not even know about. So with that, I will pause, see if any members of the board have questions, and otherwise I'll turn it over to Patrick Hamas and the Hamas team. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Dan. Good to see you again. And nice to know you're still focused on the things you always were focused on.
I am a boring guy, and but I guess I focus on those areas that I know well.
Thanks. Any questions? Mr. Secretary.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Dan, you mentioned that there are several private equity entities now in the healthcare space in this non-core real estate. And then speaking to leverage, is Hamas's leverage position any more than the average of those other entities that are engaged in this space?
Certainly, happy to address. So first, in terms of groups that are entering into this healthcare space, we've seen quite a few. What we call allocators in the private equity real estate space that have entered into healthcare real estate. So very, very large organizations like Blackstone, Brookfield, things that hit the Wall Street Journal almost on a daily basis. Those groups have increasingly paid attention to the space and are making strides in here. There are also certain groups like Hamas that focus exclusively or primarily on healthcare real estate that have come up over the years that have either funds certainly smaller than Hamas's, but they're certainly out there. And then lastly, you have groups that are raising what we call alternative or niche property type groups funds. So they may invest in healthcare related real estate, alongside perhaps senior housing, student housing, and put together portfolios that way. So yes, we do see these groups out there, but to that end, we really believe that HAMUS is differentiated based upon their almost 30 years of experience in this space, along with certain risk mitigation functions that they employ in their portfolio. So I'll address your leverage question once again. But there are other risk mitigations that they put into place that, frankly, other groups do not do. So I mentioned that they will engage in certain development investments, but many other groups, quite frankly, engage in speculative development, where essentially they go out and invest in assets across the United States and hoping that either a hospital system or someone may actually fill up that space at some point. And certainly you can achieve perhaps even greater returns by doing that than doing it the way that HAMUS has done, by essentially requiring at least 50% pre-leasing before engaging in that development. We've seen other organizations that have taken on a significant amount of leverage. In fact, greater amounts of leverage than HAMUS does. They're capped at 70% leverage on an LTV basis, loan to value basis. And 70%, quite candidly, is a high number, but not as high as many other groups in this space, because of their perception that these leases are bondable. To coin a phrase that's utilized quite a bit in real estate, and we've seen leverage ratios increase to 80, even 85% in some cases, certainly with smaller groups. So to that point, leverage is certainly something that we focus on very closely. And in fact, when we engaged with HAMUS on the first fundraise, this was a significant topic of conversation, making sure that leverage was appropriately balanced, balancing both the risks associated with leverage as well as the return enhancement that it can provide. And we believe that it does it quite well. So in short, these are valid points. Certainly, the increased competition as well as leverage. But we think that they're substantially mitigated through many of the mechanisms that have been put in place.
Thank you, Mr. Secretary. Further questions? Hearing none, Mr. Hamas. Nice to have you with us.
You're gonna put the deck on? We'll ask them to do that, yep. Okay. Good morning, Mr. Chairman and members of the board, and thank you for the opportunity to be with you this morning to present to you HP Fund 4. We have a presentation deck, and I turn your attention to page 3. This is an overview of our investment platform and speaks to the industry experience. And we believe it correlates with our belief that we've got the right team, the experience in the right sector with the right strategy and a proven track record. We are presenting today. My name is John Hamas. Todd Kibler will follow me, and Patrick Hamas will complete the presentation. So just speaking regarding our experience, as stated, we've been in this business now for almost 30 years. And as Dan referenced earlier, I think that it does differentiate us in that regards to some of the people and some of the capital sources that are coming into the business of late. And over the 30 years, we've built a very significant relationship with many of the C-suites across America. Our service company works with over 500 hospitals and healthcare systems across the United States through 13 offices. So those relationships are not to be ignored by somebody coming in with just capital. I think that we've built credibility in the eyes of the providers. They call on us for a whole array of different services. Regarding the sector, as both Robin and Dan have earlier commented, we're riding this tremendous mega trend of the aging of America. And based on census data, that will continue. The average age of America will continue to go up for the next 2 decades. So given that the healthcare sector represents more than 17% of our gross national product, fastest growing industry, aging of America, I mean, we just think that this is a platform that has a long runway built into it. Our strategy is really been to take a very disciplined approach to how we underwrite. We're headquartered here in Milwaukee, Wisconsin. We've got, some say we're too conservative with our underwriting, but in that respect, we've not had one project going back to our investing in healthcare since 2000. We've not had one project that has flipped or has shown a negative return. So, fundamentally, it's easy to always say we just don't do bad deals, but we are conservative in our underwriting and our assumptions, and I think it's proven to be allowed us to be good stewards of capital, and that takes us into the track record. The comment I would like to make there is that we have invested through both the highs and the lows, and as we all know, the economy ebbs and flows through time. And where we saw in the financial crisis, most everything in real estate, whether it was multifamily, industrial, office, retail, all of the food chain, really was dramatically impacted by the downturn. And we basically went through that financial crisis without having any disruption. And I think it just, not to be cavalier about that subject, but people need healthcare, whether it's the economy is in a good time or a bad time. And so we're really tied and correlated to a very resilient sector for that reason. And whether it was the financial crisis in 2010 or even during COVID, we really didn't see a loss of our tenant base or a loss of income. Like, and I turn you to the next page, page 4, and this basically just shows the way that our overall platform is vertically integrated. And again, I think this does differentiate us from many of the new players that are coming in with just capital. We see ourselves as a really a strategic partner to the healthcare providers, and it starts with the healthcare group on the far left side of the sheet. And they're involved in strategic planning, helping our healthcare providers or hospitals broaden their platform and to grow geographically. And so we do all of the upfront planning for them, looking at growth corridors and identifying where is the best location for them to form a new beachhead. And typically that takes place in what we call today an ambulatory facility. And we worked with a healthcare system, the largest in the state of Wisconsin, called Aurora Healthcare, back in the early 90s. And we built what was then believed to be the first ambulatory facility in the United States. And the significance of that is it has given us a national brand in the outpatient care. And this is, as Dan pointed out, this is the strategic platform and change that's occurring in healthcare today. Providers are emphasizing more outpatient as opposed to relying on the historic reference of inpatient. And so they're trying to build smaller ambulatory outpatient care facilities. And namely, the reason for that, besides convenience to the patient, is that if you look at all surgeries conducted in the United States today, roughly 70% of those surgeries can be done in an ambulatory facility at 30% less cost. So as we try to reduce the cost of healthcare across the United States, this is probably the lead initiative that's addressing that. Moving patient base into outpatient ambulatory facilities and reducing the need to move them up and down elevators and in what is thought of as being a labor-intensive type facility. So we move them into an ambulatory facility, utilizing industrial engineering concepts and design something that's very efficient. And efficiency is what is the forethought of how we're going to deliver healthcare today and in the future. So that's the healthcare group. Ham's Partners in the middle is really where the three of us are housed. We provide capital, and the capital then is deployed through acquisition of namely outpatient facilities and medical office buildings, as well as utilized for development purposes. As Dan pointed out, we do not build spec buildings. We typically will go into a development deal. And I would say that over the last 6 or 8 deals that we have approved, they're probably the overall occupancy before we break ground has been up around 75%. So we don't take real estate risk. And if we've got the right tenants at the front end, the right hospital, the right orthopedic group, et cetera, then the other 20-25% tenants are already identified for the most part, and they fall into place pretty quick. So we're always looking at that magnet tenant that's going to drive the real estate and the asset value. And then the third group on the right is the property management really services group. This is a very important component. This is where the asset management is conducted to again, look for efficiencies, drive down expenses, and really be a good fiduciary to our capital partners. So with that, I'm going to turn the presentation over to Todd Kibler.
Great. I'd like to address a comment that Dan made, because I think it's pretty important. We talked about, other players coming into the marketplace. And I think the important distinction for us is really what do we have under our umbrella. John referenced, our HAMUS advisory group, we call HAMUS Healthcare. It's a very important, piece of our platform for purposes of, de-risking investments. When many other players come into the marketplace, they might be real estate professionals that have done business in the other food groups, but the way you underwrite healthcare real estate to get it right is very, very different, at least in our minds. Our affiliate, has been around now for nearly 30 years, and John referenced a lot of things that they do with respect to, national developer and, how large we've been for the last, 21 out of, 23 years. We've been one of the top, developers in that space, but what we're really known for is ambulatory network planning, helping healthcare systems determine where they should plant their flag operationally. We're not talking about real estate, we're really talking about kind of a provider landscape. Why should they be in that marketplace? What's the supply and demand for physicians and services in the market? If you think about it, if you really understand that piece, as we do as an organization, it really helps in getting the real estate right? Because the real estate is really the wrapper for what goes on operationally within the marketplace. So our fastball as an organization, which has helped us achieve the type of results that you've seen through some of the materials that you've been provided, really it's because of our fundamental understanding, both operationally from a provider landscape perspective, its relationships in the market with all those large healthcare systems that John referenced. We built a huge database of clients that we provided a myriad of services to over the years. And we house today some intellectual property that, quite frankly, we don't believe that others have in the marketplace. So we believe it's helped us de-risk investments that we go into, and more importantly, helped us deliver the type of returns that we've have experienced within the marketplace. So, as we look going forward, we're really going to stick, to our knitting in terms of what we do best. We've been doing outpatient, in a variety of ways, both consultative as well as investing now for 20 to 30 years, depending on the type of service that we provide. And we're going to continue to stick to that going forward as we move into Fund 4, because as Patrick's going to talk about it in a couple of minutes here in terms of those trends, there's durability in the trends. We have a lot of tailwinds that are behind us that we believe that is going to enable us to continue to perform well into the future. And this from a platform perspective, as we continue to build out our investment portfolio for four, you folks will be able to get the benefit of not only what we've done in the past, but that broader enterprise that we bring to play, because we have an evergreen organization with various pieces of the puzzle that have been here for a long time and that will continue to be here well into the future. In terms of what we invest in, we don't really have any changes in terms of our approach to the marketplace. As John referenced, our asset class tends to perform in good times and bad times. And we find that, again, if you get that operational landscape right, you put these portfolios together right by evaluating the tenancy within facilities. These tenants tend to be sticky when they're in a facility. So if there's the right mix of tenants within these facilities, or if you're doing development, if you put them together right, where you build the right tenant roster, you tend to have durability of cash flow. And that's really what we look for, because in our portfolio, which is why we believe you're from an investment standpoint, why it could be a great investment for you folks is a large proportion of our return is really current income. Because we got to put them together right and buy right, and we got durability of cash flow. Tend to have strong, as Dan referenced, strong credit tenancy on a large portion. It doesn't mean that everything is rated tenancy, but creditworthy tenants. They could be hospital systems, obviously, but they could be these large single and multi-specialty groups as well, but creditworthy tenants that serve their marketplace well and support those leases, from a credit standpoint, in a very substantial way. So we know that the goal is to have predictable long-term growth in that of cash flow that will perform in all different types of cycles. John referenced what happened in 08 and 09, but also when we went into the COVID environment, which was a direct hit, as you can imagine, in our space within healthcare, our tenant base performed well. I think we had 99.5% collections all throughout that period, within in that type of environment. So it performs in good times and in bad times, and we expect, because of the larger demographic trends behind it and the movement towards ambulatory over the long term, we expect it to continue to perform in that way well into the future. Lastly, in terms of just thematically, we're going to continue to ride that wave of the aging of America. You see from your deck where we have a situation where essentially the population over 65 for the next 40 years is going to double. And we know that obviously there's a direct correlation between aging and the need for healthcare. So we've got the tailwinds. Now, the most important for us thing to continue to do on your behalf, should you decide to invest alongside us, is for us to go ahead and continue to navigate that broader landscape nationally, to put together portfolios where we buy ones and twos, and we develop some ones and twos. And as Dan referenced, aggregating up into portfolios, get nice portfolio premiums on the back end that allow us to deliver the type of results that we have in the past. So with that, I'll turn it over to Pat, maybe talk about some of the other trends.
Great, thank you. Good morning, everyone. I'm Patrick Hammes, and Mr. Chairman and members of the board. It's a privilege to be able to present to you this morning. On slide 8, we're picking up on some of the themes that Robin and Dan and then John and Todd have already covered. So I'll move through this rather quickly, but this slide illustrates some of the themes that have been addressed this morning, mainly that outpatient facility volumes in the United States continues to increase and really increase across all economic cycles. So if you look at the far right of the slide, you can see that outpatient visits continue to move up in this country while inpatient admissions continue to move down. And that's because healthcare providers know they have to provide care in a more convenient setting for patients and families, and they have to provide care in a more cost-effective setting. So in addition to us being in the right industry, i.e. healthcare, and the fact that it's continuing to grow as a percent of our GDP, within that industry, we think we're in the right sector, we're in the right vertical in that we focus on investing in outpatient facilities. Turning to slide 9, you can see that outpatient procedures are now majority of the total procedures in the United States. On the far left, you can see the different types of procedures that are performed in the US. And in some of these, 100% of those procedures are performed in an outpatient facility. With others, it's a meaningful part, 50% or larger. So this just, again, illustrates that when you look at US healthcare procedures all across the US, more and more are shifting toward the outpatient setting. And some of these are now 100% performed in an outpatient setting. And then on the right-hand side of the slide, you can see what John was speaking to earlier, which is that the same procedures can be provided in a more cost-effective way in an outpatient facility. Looking at knee replacements, the cost is 37% less in an outpatient facility than a hospital. And looking at hip replacements, it's 28% less. So providers are acutely aware of this. This is why they continue to migrate their volumes to outpatient facilities to provide more cost-effective care. And this has got a long tailway in front of us, which we think all of us in Hamas Partners 4 and going forward in our future funds, we think we'll be able to continue to ride this very prevalent trend in the United States. So to summarize, Dan mentioned that there's increased interest in our sector because of some of these attributes. People are acutely aware that healthcare is growing in this country, that people are providing care in outpatient facilities. And so they're trying to find a way to deploy into this attractive sector. And we are seeing more capital, more groups interested. But we think some of our distinct advantages here will remain the case going forward. This slide captures those advantages. We're in, yes, the right sector, the right industry, but our platform is distinct. It's a vertically integrated platform. We have an operating company that has worked with healthcare providers for roughly 30 years, has built trusted relationships all across the US. We can leverage those relationships to source attractive investment opportunities for our partners, but also to diligence those opportunities. We oftentimes will have an investment that comes across our desk, and we're trying to understand what's going on in the local market, what's going on with that particular tenant. And because of that network, because of those relationships, we can make the right calls to really understand if we should be moving forward that investment or not, or if we move forward with it, how to structure it. And those relationships can't be replicated. Even if these new groups come in and they want to deploy into our sector, we've taken 30 years to build this platform, and it's not something that can be replicated overnight. So we think we're going to be able to continue to leverage these distinct advantages for our partners going forward. We've built a very experienced team within Hamas Partners. Dan diligenced us at the very beginning when we were just getting started with our first institutional fund. If you were to look at our org chart then compared to now, we've tripled the number of team members. So we've been out recruiting the best and the brightest, bringing them in, training them, having them really focus on this strategy, this sector. And now we've got a very experienced team that really understands this sector. And we think we're well positioned because of that to continue to invest successfully going forward. This is the same disciplined investment process that we've been using dating back to, call it 2000. We're a very risk-focused group, very conservative in our underwriting, very conservative in making sure that every deal pencils out. We don't take on undue risk. Every deal is substantially leased. For development opportunities, we always have an anchor, a healthcare tenant that's going to be the reason that we're going to move it forward. But then we do a tremendous amount of physician interest work to make sure that whatever occupancy is needing to be leased up, that we've got conviction around that. So we cap the exposure in our fund to development. But within those development projects, we've got a very disciplined process, given that we've been one of the top 2 developers in this sector for now 20 years. This is the process that we've been refining and utilizing now for many, many years. And we're bringing that to bear for all of our partners here in Hamas Partners 4. Our strategy is one where we have significant cash distributions quarterly. So we don't rely just on the exit to get our return. We have a high cash on cash return strategy where we have long-term leases with dominant healthcare providers. Over 95% of our leases have contractual escalations in them, so we have embedded NOI growth. And so we can really take advantage of having that strong current income and hold these assets and ride that current income. And then when it's prudent to sell, we can go ahead and execute that, but we don't need to, because these assets are built to hold and built to just ride the current income. So it's a very defensive strategy in a very defensive sector. And that's a reason why when we came out with our first institutional fund, we saw a lot of state pension fund interest because of that very defensive nature. And then finally, this is a strategy that's performed across all market cycles. Again, we've been investing since 2000. The track record has performed regardless of vintage. And that's because of what John said earlier, people get sick in good times and bad. And so there's always a need for care. And that's the fundamental driver of our investment strategy. And so we feel like regardless of what's coming here in the economy, this is a strategy that can succeed going forward. So Mr. Chairman, members of the board, thank you again for the opportunity to speak to you this morning. We're very excited about this potential partnership. We've been in a oversubscribed setting for this fund 4. We really didn't market this fund. We elected not to substantially raise our fund size from the previous fund to stay disciplined. And our existing investors have come back, but we allowed for a little bit of opportunity to bring in a new partner or two. And this is one of those. And we're very, very excited to be here today and potentially partner with you going forward. So thank you.
Well, thank you. Thank you for the presentation, and thank you for the opportunity to be part of your considerations going forward. Members of the board, any questions? I hear none. I would, Mr. Fleming, anybody on your side? I see you reaching forward. I didn't know if you had more comments to make. Robin, thank you for your analysis and obviously ability to make us a pertinent player in the Hummus 4. With that, members of the board or Mr. Treasurer, what is your recommendation?
Mr. Chairman, the treasurer recommends that the board select the fund Hammes Partners 4 LP as the state non-core real estate investment manager, conditioned upon the approval of the material terms and successful contract negotiations.
It's been moved by the treasurer, seconded by the Secretary of State. Any discussion? Hearing none, all in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
That motion carries. Thank you. And now we turn it over to Ms. Jody Spillman.
Yep, Mr. Chairman, material terms.
Thanks, Mr. Treasurer.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, rest of the board. Lisa Jody Spillman, General Counsel of the State Treasurer's Office. I'd like to review the material terms for the Hammes transaction. There is a preferred return of 8%. So once we've received a return of capital, we get 8% of the income. And then there is a 50-50 split with the distribution of the 20% carried interest to the general partner. There is a management fee at 1.5%, a cap on organizational expenses at $1.5 million. The manager will establish an investment committee, which is responsible for approving acquisitions, dispositions, and financing. This vehicle has a 10-year term, and there can be 2 additional 1-year extensions on that, one in the discretion of the general partner and the second with the consent of the LPAC, and those are for 1-year terms. There will be distributions quarterly. The fund has agreed to the standard provisions so the state can enjoy its tax favored status. There are no redemptions. It is a closed-ended fund. The general partner may be removed with 66 2/3% vote of the limited partners. There are key man provisions, and those are reasonable. There are default provisions which are customary and reasonable. The state enjoys limited liability. There will be leverage, as has been addressed earlier. The distributions are subject to recall. However, there are limitations on these and a 20% cap. The state's interest it may be transferred with the consent of the general partner. The fund will provide our customer reporting, transparency, and disclosure statements and reports. The fund has agreed to the Wyoming Public Records Act provisions. The fund acknowledges the fiduciary duties that it owes to the limited partners. There may be conflicts of interest which have been disclosed and are reasonable. There is going to be a limited partner advisory committee, and we're happy to report we asked for a seat on that, and we will receive a seat on that LPAC. That LPAC provides advice and counsel as requested by the general partner. The fund has provided a valuation policy, and we've reviewed it, and it's fair and reasonable and makes sense. The general partner has agreed that the state can enjoy its most favored nation status, so it can take on the beneficial terms of any fund that comes in with greater, the same amount of capital with better terms. The fund has agreed that the state will not be required to indemnify. The general partner will maintain customary insurance. They have acknowledged they've received a copy of the Slib IPS, and I'm seeking side letter support. So they acknowledge that they've read it and acknowledge its requirements. They've agreed to the state's sovereign immunity provisions. They've agreed that the state will not have an obligation to arbitrate. The general partner will have skin in the game. The amendment provisions are reasonable. They've agreed to jurisdiction in the state of Wyoming for suits brought against the state by the general partner, fund, or manager. There is a clawback provision, so if the general partner receives more than its 20%, that can be returned to the fund for distribution to the limiteds. There are limited partner give back, as I mentioned before. And there are terms with respect to limited partners being excused from funding in the discretion of the general partner. Are there any questions?
Thank you, Ms. Jody Spillman. Are there questions? Are there questions? Mr. Treasurer, any further comment?
Mr. Chairman, I guess overall in general, I think the material terms are acceptable. And outside of that, I think that this is a process that we're doing here. What Dan has brought to us in the last several years has really added to our diversity and added to our ability to, I think, give the highest risk adjusted return that we can. And Dan, I want to thank you. You've really brought some best in class niche opportunities that have in the past really paid off. And I think this one is going to be equally well received by smiling faces on good returns, I hope. So, yeah.
Well, thank you, Mr. Treasurer. Appreciate that.
Yeah. So, Mr. Chairman, I do have a motion that the state treasurer recommends that the board approve the material terms of the state investment in the fund Hamas Partners 4 LP.
Thank you. Is there a second? Second. And seconded by the auditor. Any discussion? All in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Congratulations. It's wonderful to be invested in you. I think with this means that we will be doing business. So thank you very much for those of us that have joined us from Hamas. Thank you for the presentation today.
All right. Good.
Thank
Dan,
you.
Mr. Treasurer, I'm sorry. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
Oh, Mr. Chairman, members of the board, we just wanted to thank you. So that's all.
All right. Thank you. Dan and team and Mr. Treasurer, I particularly want to thank you for working to dig us out from a couple of sort of dogs that we've had that are legacies. And Mr. Treasurer, I know you know exactly how difficult it is sometimes to be able to get to higher performing assets when you've had long-term commitment. So I just want to commend you and your team for that.
Mr. Chairman, I think it's a team effort from the legislators, giving us a reference portfolio to the asset allocations that you guys have approved. And as I say, Dan plugging in these places within our real estate portfolio to kind of augment the returns in areas that have been underperforming as far as the broad overhaul managers. And as we add these little areas or sleeves within our benchmark that are overperforming, Patrick and the team's really been able to develop some consistent alpha, and that really makes a difference on what happens where the rubber meets the road, and it's right in that investment team, and with all the due diligence that you guys put forth, and the advice from the IFC, they're a big part of it too.
Thanks, Mr. Secretary.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This is just an educational question for myself and maybe members of the board, but when we're talking about these private equity folks, how common is it to have the carry hurdle versus just a preferred rate of return? And is that dictated by the small size of a fund and lots of people wanting to get into it, or how prevalent is one of those over the other? I know it's a huge topic, but just a small primer on that.
Mr. Chairman, members of the board, just across for everyone when we're looking at this, the timing and demand for the funds have really changed over the years. So I want to address everyone on this when we're looking at these investments. To be able to get into the fund, many of the managers have been dictating the terms. And as I mentioned to you in our pre-meeting, Hamas, John and Patrick et al. Were kind enough. They did not need to have us come into this fund. They allowed us to come into the fund because they already had the demand to do so. So in the private equity space is a question that you mentioned, and Matt would mention and would agree on this. It really depends on the demand for the fund. So with the carried interest, it's changed over the years. Before, where you had a very set amount, now each one is you see more and more of where the manager is dictating it, because there is just so much what's called dry powder of cash putting into these different funds. Lisa, is there another aspect that you'd like to add?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, Mr. Secretary. Since I've been doing this in 2019, most funds have carried interest of 20%. I believe there's only been one that's been higher than that at 25%. And all funds except one, if my memory serves me correctly, have had a preferred return, which is paid and before the general partner receives their carried interest. We're seeing sometimes the general partners receive 100% of the 20% after we receive our capital commitment and our 8%. And sometimes once our preferred return, which is also known as a hurdle. So those two things are used synonymously. Sometimes it's shared where they get, as in Hamas, where they get 50% of their 20 and we share as they go up to 20, and then after they receive that 20, then it's 20/80 after that. But with Veritas, for example, they get after we have a return of our capital and our preferred return of 8%, I believe it was 8, then they get the next 20%, and then after that it's shared. So those are the kind of bargaining things that you see, but typically we don't bring you funds so far that don't have a hurdle.
Thank you. Robin, do you want to add?
I can just add a little bit in terms of real estate, since we are talking about that. Sorry.
I'll just comment before Robin adds on, just across the board with some of our investments. The one benefit that we have is because of our size. So when we are in other sectors, that we have been able to get advantageous fee structures because of the amount that we're investing. So when we're locked out and only have a smaller amount to that we're able to invest, we do not have as much leverage. But with our larger funds that we invest in, we have more leverage and we've been able to dictate lower fees.
So just following on with that, the 50 million in a fund that, you know, they could kind of take it or leave it, but we're happy to be there. And I think it was 675 million, maybe up to 800. That's another reason, I guess, that we can't really, we don't have as much leverage, if you will, because it's not a huge investment. It's a big amount, but it's not huge in the grand scheme of things.
Mr. Chairman, Mr. Secretary, that is correct.
So I can add a little bit of color specific to real estate. So generally for the lower risk core funds, for the most part, they don't have these. So if you think of the hurdle and the carried interest, that's sort of like an incentive to do well. So like a performance type fee. So typically in the lowest risk, which is the core style funds, for the most part, they don't have like a performance style fee. They'll just have a certain number of basis points based on assets. As you start to move out of core into, so we talked about your lowest risk is generally your core funds, and then you get into core plus, value added, opportunistic. Once you start moving into the core plus and above, that's where you start to pick up these performance style structures.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Secretary. Further questions? Hearing none, thank you. Thank you very much, team. And really good job. And it's nice to have these opportunities to sort of discuss this. I guess at this point, Mr. Treasurer, it looks like we have an investment performance analysis. And I guess we can kind of walk through that. I know there are people who are sort of waiting. So with apologies, Josh, I hope, we can be efficient.
Yeah, Josh is there. And I think there's a couple other things, Mr. Chairman, that you wanted to have Josh briefly look at. And I think after we get through that, we'll briefly touch on those, and so we can get to the rest of our business.
Fantastic. Thank you, Mr. Treasurer.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the board. I will be brief, but please ask me any questions that you have, anything I don't cover that you'd like me to. In the advanced materials, we included the November summary, and just yesterday we were able to wrap up the preliminary December numbers and distribute those. And I will plan to speak to the December numbers, hopefully assuming that you have those available. And thank you, Lisa, for sharing those on the screen. If we go to page 2, just on the left-hand side of the page, where we show you each of the calendar years, and then you see just to the right of 2020, the calendar year to date as of 12/21. That's just a rank order of how the different asset categories performed for the full calendar year last year. And it was a good year overall. You can see most assets were positive. And as you look at generally sort of trends for what did well and what didn't do as well, the top of the page, you see MLPs at 40% after a net loss last year of 25%. Other things that generally did well, things on the top half of this page would be US equities and real assets, specifically real estate. Core real estate was up 22% last year. Things at the bottom of the page, there's just a couple that had losses. Generally, fixed income, investment grade US fixed income was down about 1.6%, and emerging debt was down 3.3%, largely due to currency movements within emerging currencies. So overall, as we look at the past year, very strong returns. Much of that did come, though, in the first half of last year, and over the past 5 6 months or so, you have started to see some increased volatility that has continued into January. And it's not just January. We had some volatility, some losses in September and November of last year as well, followed by quick recoveries. And part of what we're seeing play out is, as the Fed transitions its messaging from easy money policy to tighter monetary policy, in anticipation of more of that moving forward, combined with some more recent elevated concerns around geopolitics, specifically the Russia-Ukraine situation. Markets have been a little bit shakier, and in fact, so far in January, we've seen some losses. The S&P lost about 5% in the month. International equities lost about 3.5%. Bonds also lost money as interest rates have continued to climb, down 2.2%. In the face of all of this, there are some things that have done well, and it tends to be more of your either floating rate types of assets, whether they're bank loans, or more of your inflation sensitive assets or real assets. MLPs in January, for example, were up 11%. So you are seeing some benefits of the diversification that you've embraced in your strategic asset allocation. Moving to page 3, just a quick update on the value of the total assets that we're tracking here, just over $25.2 billion. You can see the permanent funds in green and blue. Green, the total return focused; blue, the income focused. Workers' compensation in yellow. Pool A and LISRA, both kind of the red and pink colors, and then state agency pool in orange. At a high level, total fund performance on page 4. Now, at the total fund level, this is a combination of all of those funds I just mentioned, which, as you know, have very different objectives and constraints. But it does help us to look at the alpha, or the outperformance of the or underperformance of the funds as it relates to the total fund indices. And for the fiscal year to date, you're roughly in line with that, positive 2.2, and for the full calendar year, up about 10 basis points on that at 8.2%. The bottom half of this page shows you the asset class level performance. So essentially, for each of the asset categories described in your policy, how are your managers and investments performing in that category versus the policy benchmark? And you can see this is just looking at the past 6 months, so the first half of this current fiscal year. There's two things that stand out as by far the best absolute performers, and that's U.S. equities and real estate. I would expect some of your private equity, once we get final valuations, also will be showing good returns over this period. But kind of a mix with everything else, between some slightly negative to slightly positive returns. The thing that stands out to me, though, as I look at this page, that I would just highlight for you, is for every asset class where the benchmark return is negative, you're outperforming. And that's nice to see. It's a short time period, so you want to be careful with small sample sizes and not drawing too many conclusions from them. But it is very consistent with what I know the Treasurer's Office investment staff has been striving to do with their manager selections, which is to pick managers that perform well consistently, but especially when you do get these negative returns. Last comment I'll make is just on page 5, highlighting the returns for the larger permanent funds. Permanent Mineral Trust Fund, which is the largest of the total return focused funds in your policy, calendar year to date, up 12.3%. That is actually just about 10 basis points behind the total fund benchmark. Although I would caution that while the total fund numbers that we get directly from JP Morgan are pretty much set at this point, we don't yet have the sort of finalized pool allocation details that we need to finalize the individual fund performance numbers. So this is an estimate at this point. It's probably a pretty decent estimate, but they may change a little bit. Just noting though that 12.3 is actually a little bit better than the maximum risk benchmark that is in your statutes. The 70% global equities, 30% U.S. fixed income, and on a risk-adjusted return basis, that's very good because the risk in your portfolio is running only at about 70% of the risk of that maximum risk reference portfolio. So getting a little bit more than 100% of the return with only about 70% of the risk is a very good ratio. Last comment on the income-focused funds, the Common School of what is the largest of those. The focus on income and the need to generate income in these funds does, as you know, has led to a more income-focused asset allocation, less in growth assets. And so the return last year there was 9.4% versus 8.9% for that benchmark. Mr. Chairman, members of the board, I will stop there. There's quite a bit of information, obviously, in these reports, but that's a high-level overview, and I'll gladly answer any questions that you have.
Thank you, Mr. Keevan. And for Mr. Schrader, Josh does these on a regular basis for the board and gives us a chance to understand how things are performing, our investments make up. Mr. Treasurer, it seems to me there have been a time or two when it's been the number one source. I think when I was treasurer, I think it's been the number one source of revenue for the state. When you've been treasurer, it's certainly one of the top three at every juncture. So it's an important conversation that we have. Anything you want to add to that conversation?
Well, I think what we need, Mr. Chairman, is, there's a lot of discussion, I think, about how we score ourselves, whether we do it against the benchmarks. There's been a lot of conversations about the benchmarks. And I think a lot of conversations about peers. And all I can say is that there's a lot of variability in when you go to peers because of the because of the rules that they follow versus the rules that we follow. And I think there's going to be a lot of conversations about the rules that we have, and that's our asset rules and in other ways. But at the end of the day, I think we have to be comfortable with the amount of risk that we're willing to take, because it's a great tool in a toolbox to provide income to the general fund and other stakeholders. But the risk associated with it is, I think, compared to the needs of the different funds and the different stakeholders, I think that's still relative. But there's some things that I think and some modifications that we can make in the future, and I think that we've been working on those. I think you brought that up in the last session about some different changes, and I think Josh has some thoughts about that also. I know our office has been trying to, lead the horses to water and see if the legislators will drink, and they're sipping right now in different areas, and then I think there has to be some changes. I think we have a little bit more appetite for risk. I know our asset allocation isn't at we're about one standard deviation or so less than what the the reference portfolio allows for. So we have some, I think, our work cut out for us in this particular cycle with the Fed raising interest rates. And I think a lot of that risk, when we want to put it on, I think is going to be determined by some careful, well-measured thought in the processes of asset allocation with the IFC and with other people's inputs to see when we move forward with some of these things that we've been contemplating. And a lot of them are going to be dependent perhaps upon constitutional amendments or other things. But I can say that we've always had a great open line of communication with the legislature, with Slib, with the IFC. We got some really thoughtful people with Patrick, our team, and Josh. So I think we're going to continue to be in that top three. And I think we're going to continue to make strides of moving up in our peer group as far as performance and moving up in total risk-based return. And it's been a joy working with everybody in this regard. And we know that we've got lots of challenges coming up with these Fed hikes. You know, it started out with 3, then it's 4, maybe it's 5. I heard somebody the other day saying it's going to be 8, you know. So there's going to be a lot of froth, I guess, in the next few years. But I think we need to really prepare ourselves for that. And there's going to be a lot of opportunities too. And so we need to be ready for those opportunities when they present themselves. I don't believe they're there at this point.
Thank you, Mr. Treasurer. Any comments from the auditor or secretary? None. Patrick, thank you very much. It's kind of fun to see some of these things that have taken a while to get put in place just because we are big. Not that big, but it's nice to see them bearing fruit. And Josh, I noted you also included some alternative investments and tracking on that. Any particular things that we should be aware of?
Mr. Chairman, yes, we did also include the update on the alternative investments. These are largely as of 9/30 still. The valuations on these are always a little bit, as you know, takes a little bit longer to get the final numbers. Nothing specific that I would call your attention to other than just overall performance has been strong here. And as you look at, for example, on page 9 of that report, particularly some of the more recent vintages. Now it's still, as you know, early to measure the success of these funds, but it does appear that many of them are off to good starts. The BlackRock Long-Term Private Capital Fund, I would highlight as just an example of that on page 9. You committed in 2019 $275 million to that fund. They have called $155.6 million of that commitment, and you have not yet received distributions yet from that investment. But the investments they have made have been marked up considerably to $257 million. That represents a roughly 40% IRR in a short period of time. Lots of time still needs to pass before you can really assess the success of this investment. But I guess my overriding suggestion here is that things appear to be off to a good start.
Very good. Any other observations? Any questions?
Chairman, you want to address the school foundation account? Is this a proper time that you want to bring that up and in kind of the definition of income, just as as an informational?
Sure. Thank you, Mr. Treasurer, for reminding me. At the last meeting, we talked a little bit about we have, and for Mr. Schrader, just for your understanding, historically, we grouped funds together in sort of 2 broad categories: permanent, which allowed us to invest in stocks. The Constitution doesn't allow us for non-permanent funds until recently to be able to invest more broadly. So we had permanent and non-permanent investment asset allocations. The schools are funded by the Common School Fund, and so the notion there was to try to generate more income, a lot more income from those. which income by some definitions is different from return. The legislature in their infinite wisdom considers capital gains to be income and they spend them. So I think one of the big concerns that I had, Mr. Treasurer, was that the more we spend those capital gains and not reinvest them, the less growth we'll see and less earning potential down the road. And so my hope was that we would be able to sort of figure that out. But I think the legislature and others have talked about putting all of the assets in something of a total return strategy. And so I think at the last meeting, I had asked that Josh look at a memo. This is appropriate for this time, it seems to me, because in March, we'll have a working session, which you would lead. And if that makes sense to you, we can probably get that sort of distributed fairly quickly, and that give us a chance to look at whether that makes sense.
Yeah, and Mr. Chairman, we've been looking at this for the last couple of years in different areas, and there's a lot of things that go into it. When I talk to Patrick, the first thing he brings up is the spending policy of the education fund versus the spending policy of the other permanent funds, and we really don't realize our capital gains based on any particular need. It's based on the market movements. And so that's how that's structured at this time in the permanent fund. But there are some constitutional provisions. And I think Josh has got, I think, a good grasp of those in different areas. So Josh, I don't know if you could briefly go through constitutional provisions and what they mean as far as the definition of income and different restrictions that we have in some of our permanent funds.
Mr. Chairman, Treasurer Meyer, happy to address that. And we did distribute a memo that speaks to this. As it relates to the Permanent Mineral Trust Fund and the Common School Permanent Land Fund, there are obviously different areas of your constitution and statutes that address those funds. But I would suggest that this, from a big picture perspective, the way that some of that language reads across all of your permanent funds is, and specifically the way that it describes income as only income can be distributed or all income is distributed, as opposed to a focus on total economic value and optimizing for total economic value. It does introduce some, I hesitate to use the word artificial, but to some degree it feels like an artificial and constraint that otherwise limits the ability to pursue that optimization of total economic value. And in many ways, it just simply reflects that some of this language is very old. In fact, it goes back to the Wyoming's Act of Admission as it relates to the land grant funds. And there is a movement that we've seen. We would note there are, as you look at some of your peer funds, whether those are land grant funds or severance tax funds across other states with mineral assets, there has been some movement towards addressing and correcting language that's either in the Enabling Act or the Act of Admission to sort of rephrase and move away from that interest or income language, as well as addressing and adjusting and modifying that language to reflect a more modern investment landscape in the constitutional language and is appropriate in statute. Just a few I'd highlight. New Mexico has done something along these lines, North Dakota, Idaho, and Utah. And they've all done it a little bit differently in terms of what that looked like at the end of the day in terms of their spending and distribution methodologies. But it is something that, from our perspective, it does serve to limit the long-term return potential and asset allocation choices of the funds. And anything that could be done to alleviate those constraints, from our perspective, would be a positive as it relates to the degrees of freedom you would have and how the funds are managed.
And Mr. Chairman, one of the things that I was kind of intrigued about was New Mexico, where they actually constitutionally limit the legislative authority on the spending policy. So they, if that's one of the fears we have is making trades that make sense maybe for investing, but it realizes the capital gains that get swept into the current mechanism that they have for distribution. And to your point, those capital gains disappear. And so if we can figure out a way to free up the investment so capital gains necessarily isn't part of the equation about why we're investing, and limit the spending policy, and do that constitutionally. So, and frankly, I think that it's maybe goes beyond the legislature. I think I recall a process in Kansas, I believe, where a court actually in an educational issue actually directed funds to go into the process, and so I think that if we could constitutionally, restrict the court process in some way on so nothing goes over that cap, so there isn't a way to game the system some way or the other. There's a lot of discussions that I think that we need to have in that regard. I do agree with you. I want to get the asset allocations more uniform. I think it'll be easier counting. I want to get them more uniform because it's going to be easier for the investment office, and we'll get a higher total risk-based return for everything. But as that risk goes up, we want to make sure we have a process where funds are available either through a reserve or through a definition. There's been some discussion about making sure that the corpus remains inviolate, because I don't believe that the Wyoming people have an appetite to pass any constitutional amendment where the corpus is not inviolate in some manner. And I think you can do that, and you can do that with in a definition within the Constitution that would free up the ability to invest in a total return basis, and have enough flexibility to make a reasonable spending policy. But there's a lot of discussion, and the legislature has done some research on what other states have been doing, as Josh pointed out, but we haven't had any, I think, give and take back and forth with the legislators as far as what should or shouldn't be in there, to the extent that I think that needs to happen. And here we're in a budget session. We've been working on this, leading them to the trough, so to speak, for over 2 years. And they finally have the process where they may have a bill, but whether or not we have no idea what's in it or whether it's even going to be drafted in time for this session. And so, yeah, I was hoping they could get something through and work on it, but they had, I guess, other priorities. And it's unfortunate because I think that we're dropping, what was it, somewhere between $40 to $60 million a year in the educational funds if we could invest it the same way that we do our PMTF, more or less. Is that about in that ballpark, Patrick?
Mr. Chairman, Mr. Treasurer, that is correct.
Yeah. So, and they've known that for a good time, Mark, but, so, we're going to eventually get to it. I guess that's just the speed of government. And sometimes it's just what happens.
Yeah.
Well, all of this is good fodder for the discussion on the working session. And so I think that if we have that, it wasn't, we probably can move on. So any further discussion on this topic? Well, thank you, Patrick. Thank you, Lisa Jurdy-Spillman. I don't see others of your crew. They probably gone back to work, thanks to Matt and to Robin. So with that, Madam Director, I think we're back to the MRG matters. And while you're getting things organized, Mr. Treasurer, I think, I'd like to, at part of that working session, also like to sort of figure out how we can make this agenda work better so that people don't necessarily have to sit through long presentations like this. And so maybe there's some things we can do there too. Thanks. Oh, and I have a request for a short break. In honor of former superintendent. Yeah. Let me call us back into session. Madam Director.
Mr. Chairman, that brings us to the H matters. We have 4 emergency MRG applications for the board's consideration today. We'll start with H1, which is to consider 1 application for Chapter 3 Emergency Mineral Royalty Grant for the city of Newcastle, Wyoming. The city is requesting $670,750 in emergency grant funding to help fund the removal of accumulated biosoils from cell B, C, and D of their lagoon wastewater treatment facility. In 2021, the sludge buildup in cell A was removed and a preliminary survey was done to ascertain buildup in cell B. When cell B was drained, it was found the sludge buildup was far greater than originally estimated. Cell B is the original lagoon and is believed to have been built in the 1950s. The city has no records that cell B has ever been cleaned. This project, if the funding is approved, would include removal of sludge from cell B. The removed sludge would be land applied, and then there would be additional removal of lesser amounts of sludge from cells C and D utilizing mechanical agitation. And if the mechanical agitation method did not work, other methods would be employed. This request is equal to 50% of the total project costs and will be matched $595,958 from the city's reserves and $74,792 from the city's ARPA funds. OSLI staff has reviewed the application. And while we believe it's a very good project, it just fails to meet the definition of an emergency. Because it will not alleviate an emergency situation which poses a direct and immediate threat to the health, safety, or welfare of the community. We've also shared the application with our sister agency, the Department of Environmental Quality. They do not recommend approval of this as an emergency. So it's our recommendation that the board deny the city of Newcastle's application and defer the application to our June 2nd, 2022 Slib meeting to be considered for regular MRG funding along with all other applications submitted. And Mr. Chairman, I do have Beth Blackwell from our staff here to answer any detailed questions you may have.
Thank you, Madam Director. Ms. Blackwell, good to see you. Are there any questions for Ms. Blackwell? I don't hear any comments you would like to make, Ms. Blackwell. Is there anyone from the city of Newcastle who would like to address the board? No, we don't appear to have anyone. So that's would entertain a motion. I have Mr. Moore, I think the city engineer has raised his hand. Am I right, Mr. Bump?
That's correct. Can you hear me?
We sure can. Thank you.
Okay. Well, I guess we're kind of in a position though with this situation that I mean we can do this project down the road, but it takes a long time to get this project ready, and just because the fact we have to drain and get the lagoon ready to remove the sludge. And, you know, in the meantime, we need to still keep operating. So that's why I considered it, you know, something that we really wanted to get after, because we're having some operational issues and meeting our, I guess our discharge requirements. And so removing the sludge will help us meet those requirements. And I guess that's why I wanted to try to tackle this project as soon as I could.
Thank you, Mr. Moore. This is, I think, for Mr. Schrader too. We have an emergency fund that we're very mindful of, and I want to say to you, Mr. Moore, there is absolutely. I'm speaking for myself, but I think my colleagues would say we are not judging the merit of the project, simply the emergency notion of it. And I guess in our view, we all are always sort of wanting to make sure that if somebody has a truly emergent situation, a water line break, or in the city of Claremont last year, the water line broke in the middle of the summer, that kind of thing, that clearly was an emergency. And we rely on staff for some of their review. Do you want to address that particular concern?
The emergency aspect of it?
Yeah, because it does appear that this is built up over some period of time. We don't, at least I don't doubt that you need to do the project. It's just, you know.
Well, I guess we're coming into this next year. The way we operate, you know, typically we manage our excess wastewater through irrigation. And we have a lot of uncertainty coming into this year's irrigation system, whether we're going to be able to meet the DEQ's requirements to do that. Because historically we've irrigated since the 80s, but there's been a change by our irrigator that we're trying to get approved, and there's some uncertainty whether we're going to be able to do that. If we're unable to do that, and then then we'll have to discharge. But currently, we're not able to meet our discharge standards. And part of what's our problem that's brought to light by a consultant that we've been working with is the sludge buildup is creating treatment issues with our wastewater. So I guess as far as it being an emergency, I'm concerned that we may get into this irrigation season and still not be able to get our irrigation permitting squared away. So it's just uncertainty. That why I believe this is an emergency.
Thank you, Mr. Moore. Are there any questions for Mr. Moore?
Yeah,
Mr. Treasurer.
Chairman. Right. What would be the cost of just removing the sludge from cell B?
And not land applying?
Well, no, you remove the sludge and apply the land, but you've got this other thing in here about the cell C and D by mechanical agitation.
Cell C and D, that's an in-house work that we're going to do. So there's not going to be any additional costs for that other than some small equipment costs. That this mechanical agitation is it's a process where we'll use a boat to drag a chain with I guess more or less an agitator on the end of it to stir up the sludge, and this will help the sludge degas. And since there's lesser amounts of it, it's a process we think that's worth trying to see if it's work. It's been recommended by consultants, but it's something we're going to do in-house with our own staff.
Yeah. I guess the recommendation seems like it was included in there. That's why I asked. So you're going to use the entire $670,000 for just removal from the sludge from cell B.
That's correct.
Okay, that's a little clearer there. So the recommendation is a little bit cloudy on that thing. I understand that you guys have to repay 3 years of a tax exemption from one of your largest tax holders there. I didn't know how much that hit the state. And wondering your cash flow, just how that's affecting some of the things you can do.
Well, I'm not knowledgeable of that.
Okay, well, we'll pass on that. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Treasurer. Any other? Well, thank you, Mr. Moore. With that, I would ask the board to make a motion. I would certainly entertain it.
Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Secretary.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I would move the director's recommendation as to board matter H1.
Thank you. That motion's been made by the secretary. Is there a second?
Second.
It's been seconded by the auditor. Is there any further discussion? Hearing none, all in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Nays? That motion carries. Thank you, Mr. Moore. We will certainly be willing to consider it, I think, on the second according to the motion. So thanks very much and appreciate your patience.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Chairman, that brings us to H2, which is to consider one application for a Chapter 3 Emergency Mineral Royalty Grant for the town of Pine Bluffs, Wyoming. The town is requesting $26,365 in emergency grant funding to help repair well number 7, which has failed. It's been determined that water had worn a hole into the column pipe. The hole in the column pipe and the action of the pump pulling sand from the formation ultimately destroyed all the downhole line shaft turbine pump equipment. Well number 7 provides about 20% of the town's overall water supply and is considered a critical water supply well. Currently, the town is able to meet their current demands by using alternate wells. The town is concerned they may not be able to ensure adequate water supply with the spring and summer coming when demand is much higher. Their request is equal to 67% of the total project costs, and the town will match $6,985 from the town's water sales, $6,000 also from their water reserves. OSLI staff has reviewed the application, believe it's a good project, and it does meet the definition of an emergency. We've also shared the application materials with the Department of Environmental Quality and the Water Development Office, and they concur that and recommend approval as an emergency. So it's our recommendation that the board approve the town of Pine Bluffs application for $26,365 in emergency MRG funding to repair well number 7. And Mr. Chairman, it's my understanding that there are some people here that would like to speak to this in person. This is a public meeting that was noticed to be in our hybrid format in which the board is in person and the public appears via Zoom due to COVID and other concerns. Unfortunately, there was some confusion with my staff. They reached out to my staff and asked about how to participate, and they were told that they could come in person. They are here in person and would like the opportunity to speak. They certainly want to respect the board's process and their meeting format. But with your permission, we do have a podium ready in the event that the board would like to hear from them. So thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Director, and we'll certainly accommodate. Ms. Blackwell, any comments on this particular project? Any questions for staff from members of the board? Hearing none, I would offer the podium to anyone. Looks like Mr. Lidstone. How are you, Chris?
We have suffered several catastrophic events over the course of the last 2 years, which have depleted our water reserves. And so this will definitely assist us in not only tending to our well needs right away, but will also help us continue to replenish those reserves that have been drastically cut.
Oh, thank you. Any questions from the board? I really appreciate you coming all this way. Actually, thanks for being here. And
thank you.
And hopefully the roads aren't too miserable getting back to Pine Bluffs. So thanks. Well, what's the pleasure of the board?
Mr. Chairman,
Yes, Madam Auditor.
I would move the approval of the emergency MRG grant to the town of Pine Bluffs in the amount of $26,365 to repair well number 7.
Thank you, Madam Auditor. Is there support for the auditor's motion? It's been seconded by the secretary. Is there any discussion? All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
That motion carries.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Mr. Chairman, that brings us to H3, which is to consider one application for Chapter 3 Emergency Mineral Royalty Grant for the Powder River Fire District in KC, Wyoming. The district is requesting $150,000 in emergency grant funding to help fund the fire district's fire halls foundation support system repair project. In the past couple of years, the district has expended over $400,000 to address issues with the foundation support system that were caused by the soil conditions in the area. While it was known that previous work had been performed to stabilize the foundation, no drawings existed showing the extent of the work. Once the project began, demolition and excavation revealed that there were more serious issues that must be addressed. Those include non-load bearing walls require an additional 14 lateral helical piers and foundation support piers, which were added to the project scope. The settlement of the foundation has caused the foundation to develop severe cracking that will need to be repaired. The building was constructed with 6 pilasters per side instead of the 5 indicated on the original building design, resulting in additional supports needing to be installed. You may recall that at the November 5th, 2020 State Loan and Investment Board meeting, the district was awarded $450,000 in emergency MRG funding. At that, I think it was emergency, wasn't it? Yeah. And at that time, the district pledged $100,000 in reserve funds for cost overruns. The district is utilizing those funds to match this request. Staff has looked at the application, believes it's a good project, which meets the definition of emergency. We've also shared it with additional sister agencies, the Wyoming Construction Management Department, the Wyoming State Fire Marshal, and the State Forestry Division. All recommend approval for the emergency funding. So it's our recommendation that the board approve the Powder River Fire District's application for $150,000 in emergency MRG funding for this project.
Thank you, Madam Director. And Ms. Blackwell, any further comment on that? Members of the board, any questions for the staff? Is anyone from KC on Zoom, Mr. Bump? Okay, well, I'm from KC, so it's a good project. So I would entertain a motion from the board.
Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Secretary.
Mr. Chairman, I would move the director's recommendation that we approve Powder River Fire District's application for $150,000 in emergency MRG funding to add 14 lateral helical piers and foundation support piers, repair the cracked foundation, and provide additional support for the 6 pilasters per side. That's a load-bearing column, I've learned. So that would be my motion. I think it's a good idea.
Thank you, Mr. Secretary. Is there support for the Secretary's motion? It's been seconded by the treasurer. Thank you. Any further discussion? All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
That motion carries.
Mr. Chairman, that brings us to H4, which is the last MRG application. This concerns the town of Pavilion. The town's requesting $226,217 in emergency grant funding to help fund a replacement water line and service connections running through a known fuel contaminated area. Apparently, there were complaints of poor water quality. Water testing was performed, and it was determined that fuel contamination in the ground was entering the water lines. The line was excavated by the town and found to be incompatible for the contaminated environment caused by previously removed leaking underground storage tanks on the neighboring school property. The water line affected by the contamination currently supplies potable water to 12 residential lots and is a dead-end line, which makes maintaining water quality difficult. So if approved, the project to replace the water line and service connections would consist of installing 800 feet of 6-inch ductile iron pipe with nitrile gaskets wrapped in poly wrap with 3 gate valves and 3 hydrants, replacing service connections with copper and looping the line back into the rest of the water system. Their request is equal to 75% of the total project costs and would be matched by $37,500 from the school, $26,000 in ARPA funds, and $11,500 from the town's water fund. Staff has reviewed this project, believes it's a good project and meets the definition of an emergency. The application was also shared with the Department of Environmental Quality and the Water Development Office. They concur that this is an emergency. So therefore, it's our recommendation that the board approve the Town of Pavilion's application for $226,217 in emergency MRG funding to replace the water line and service connections that run through the known fuel contaminated area.
Thank you, Madam Director. Ms. Blackwell, any comments?
Just one quick one. I wanted to let the board know how instrumental the Department of Audit was in helping us get this application in front of you all. So when people do good, you want to commend them for it. So
Thank you, Ms. Blackwell. Any questions for the staff? Hearing none, is there anyone from the Town of Pavilion that would like to address the board? Do we have Mr. Bump? We have a Mr. Choate?
Yeah, that's correct. Can you hear me?
We can.
Okay, I'm Ray Choate. I'm the Public Works Director with the Town of Pavilion. I've been with the town for about a year now. This project is, we've been working through it. It's got a little bit of history attached to it with the leaking underground storage tanks. And as mentioned, we've discovered that it just the problem hasn't been addressed properly over the years, and it is creating a contamination issue. The town is, our reserves have been depleted over the years as the town's become victim to an embezzlement case that's ongoing, and we're working through it's being worked through right now. And so the funds for this would really help us out to get this project wrapped up and constructed properly.
Thank you, Mr. Choate. I also see Ms. Bennett, but let me see if there are any questions from Mr. Choate first. Any questions from the board? I don't see any, so Ms. Bennett. We can hear you now. Yes.
Thank you. This project is one that I'm working on through my work with James Gores and Associates, and the emergency nature will be taken care of, but it also addresses some fire protection issues on the southeast portion of the town. And in speaking with the assistant fire chief, he was very pleasantly surprised that this was being considered. I would also like to mention, Mrs. Racinas, that the Town of Pavilion has rabbits.
Oh, this is a rabbit trail to be sure. Would you like to respond, Ms. Racinas?
No, but I do have a question actually, but for the benefit of the board, Miss Bennett was my rabbit hunting partner, and I think she would concur about the lack of rabbits in Shoshone, or catchable ones anyway. If I could ask a quick question, and Ginger, I don't know if you would know this or if it's better directed to Mr. Choate. I see some of 26,000 of ARPA funds being applied to this project. Are you, that's more ARPA funds than Pavilion has received to date? Are you considering using the next distribution for this project? And will that be timely enough? Because that, I can tell you the state doesn't have it yet, and I don't think we anticipate getting it for several more months. So that was just my concern. It looks like you got about 20 grand in ARPA funding.
I would defer to Ray on that issue. I would speak to the timing of it. I believe that the construction portion would probably be wrapping up towards the end of, I'm going to guess towards the end of May, simply because you cannot do water line construction this early in the state of Wyoming because of frozen ground. so that would match up with the timeline for the second distribution, in terms of construction, it would work. But the first part of your question, Christy, I would defer to Ray on.
Yes, so we would be counting on the second distribution for some of that funding, for some of that total amount. And as Ginger mentioned, we'd be counting on the timing of it to work out as well.
Mr. Chairman.
Please, Madam Auditor.
I don't want to throw a wrench in things, and so this question is mainly for Beth. We didn't get the first tranche until May, and the best information we have is it won't be released for a year after that, but then that comes to the state, and it will then take the state at least another 30 days. Would it be a train wreck to just tag another $6,000 onto the request? Would that mess up your ratios and percentages, or could that be contemplated in a motion?
Mr. Chairman, Madam Auditor, I believe you could increase the amount by that and it would not cause a problem. We would just handle it on the back end and we'd have $6,000 less to award.
So, Madam Auditor, I think I understand the intent. Would it be also possible, and I guess I was going to ask Ms. Blackwell to just sort of give us where we are with this fund and so on. But in the event that the money does come through, I'm sure the town would be more than willing to make sure they used the ARPA funds they had planned. Is that? But Ms. Blackwell, can you tell us kind of where we are, assuming we do this full amount?
Correct. Mr. Chairman, if you do the full amount with the extra $6,000, you would have approximately $5.6 million for emergencies at the April meeting, June meeting, and the regular applications in June.
Thank you. All right. Further questions for either Ms. Bennett or Mr. Choate? Hearing none, what's the pleasure of the board? I think the auditor is dreaming up a clever.
Mr. Chairman, I would move approval of an emergency MRG grant to the town of Pavilions, Pavilion to replace the water line and service connections that run through the field contaminated area. I would make that in the amount of $282,850. That is $6,055 more.
Okay.
Am I? I'm looking at the whole project. Sorry.
It's 232.
232, 272.
217.
217. You think I'm an accountant or something?
I'm glad we have the auditor on board. She knows her numbers.
Well, but what I'm adding, Mr. Chairman, is $6,055. That brings it up to the 26,000. So 232, 272.
All right. So that motion's been made. It's been seconded. Just so we are clear on what that is, Ms. Blackwell, would you tell us what you have written down for the amounts?
Mr. Chairman, the amount I have that would be awarded if the board approves this request would be $223,272, which would leave the board $5,576,524 to award at the June or April meeting for future.
Thank you.
232.
You said like 220.
Oh, geez. 232, 272.
Correct.
232.
272.
272.
Yes.
Madam Auditor, is that your motion?
Mr. Chairman, yes, Beth and I are both accountants. Would you like to?
It is that season, so Well, and it's clear with the board. If that's the case, before we go to motion, I'm sorry. I see Ms. Ottman, Representative Ottman, I believe, would like to address the board. Representative?
Thank you, Governor. Can you guys hear me?
We sure can.
Okay, I just wanted to say this is a very good project also. Pavilion is in the center of our district. There's been a lot of history with this, and it goes along with some repairs that weren't sufficient to carry on. And so the Pavilion board has been just wonderful with the new board and over the last year to pick up all the pieces that have been going on for the last years, 15, 20 years, to pick up those pieces, to find out everything, to follow, to get in touch with everybody that they needed to, and to bring it here in a timely, appropriate manner. The other thing is that some of the parts that will need to be ordered, I believe I heard the other night that it takes like 4 months to get them. So this would be wonderful to help them to continue on and get this brought through for fruition. So thank you, and thank you for allowing me to speak.
Thank you, Representative Ottman. With that, we have a motion on the table. Any further discussion? There is none. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
That
Mr.
motion,
Chairman, just as a point of order, did we have a second to the
we
motion?
we
Okay.
did.
Okay, thank you. I missed
Yeah.
that. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
I'm losing it too, I guess.
Madam Director.
Mr. Chairman, that brings us to the K matters, which are Board of Deposit, which is the Treasurer's Office. So we would yield to them.
Thank you, Madam Director. Mr. Treasurer.
It's that time of the year where we set our TDOA rate. And our recommendation, Mr. Chairman, is that the rate be established using a one-year treasurer bill average for the full calendar year preceding this meeting, October 1, 2021 through December 31, 2021, with a floor of 0.25%. The rate of 0.25% will be the fourth quarter TDOA contract year for 2021 to 2022 to be effective April 1, 2022 through June 30th, 2022.
Thank you, Mr. Treasurer. I believe that's a motion.
Yes.
So is there a second?
Second.
It's been seconded by the auditor. Is there any discussion? I have one item, Mr. Treasurer, and that is this time deposit open account program is a great one. And depending on what happens with interest rates, it could get a lot of use. And I don't know if we want to take a time at a future meeting, maybe to think a little bit, just about utilization and so on, if that makes sense to you.
Mr. Chairman, I haven't thought about it, but yeah, welcome to discuss it with you and see what your thoughts are.
Very good. Thank you. Any further discussion? There being none, all in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
That motion carries. And I think, Mr. Treasurer, item K2 is just an information item on the collateral that is being held by banks.
Yes, Mr. Chairman, and the collateral appears to be in great shape here. So no problems with any of the participating depositories.
Thank you, Mr. Treasurer. Madam Director.
Mr. Chairman, that's the end of the State Loan and Investment Board meeting agenda for today. So we can now convene as the State Board of Land Commissioners.
Okay. I guess I would entertain a motion to adjourn the State Loan and Investment Board.
So moved.
And move, seconded by the Treasurer. All in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. We are adjourned. And with that, Madam Director, noting that the same group is here for the Board of Land Commissioners. The superintendent, having resigned some time ago, is not obviously on the board. The superintendent, who will be joining us later tomorrow afternoon, I believe, is online, Mr. Schrader. But that leaves us four. I think we have a quorum, and for the minutes, I guess I would note that the auditor, the treasurer, and the secretary and I are all present.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The first item on the agenda is to approve the December 2nd, 2021 State Board of Land Commissioner meeting minutes.
Thank you. Is there any discussion on the minutes? If not, I would entertain a motion.
Mr. Chairman, I would move that we approve the minutes from the December 2nd, 2021 State Board of Land Commissioners meeting.
Madam Auditor, thank you for that. Is there support for the auditor's motion?
Second.
It's been seconded by the secretary. Any discussion? Hearing none, all in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Motion carries.
Mr. Chairman, we've provided you with the usual reports behind tab B. We do not have anything to add at this point, but if there are questions, we would stand for those at this time.
Any questions from the board for matters behind tab B? I don't hear any, so with that.
Mr.
Madam
Chairman,
Director?
I would note we have provided the materials for this meeting in advance and have briefed each of the board members individually prior to the meeting. At this time, I'm prepared to propose a consent list if the board would so desire.
That sounds like a good idea, so please proceed.
The following items appear to be amenable for treatment on the consent list: D1 through D15, E1 through E4, F1 through F7, G1 through G3, I1 and I2.
Okay. Members of the board, I think you've heard the proposed consent lists, items D1 through 15, E1 through 4, F1 through 7, G1 through 3, I1 and 2.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman,
Mr. Treasurer.
There's I think it's just a correction. I don't think it needs any amendment in matter D11. I think you've got too many zeros in the estimated value of the improvements. You've got an extra zero in there. I think it's $2 million. You've got two with 4 zeros. So yeah. So, then the other thing I noticed that this is a pad and an access road. I don't see any, and maybe I'm missing it. Maybe it's on the next page. I don't see any description or legal description or otherwise or length on the access road itself. So I don't know whether that's 100 yards or a mile. I'm just curious as to what it is.
My suggestion at this point, if we want to continue with a consent list, would be items D1 through 10, D12 through 15, E1 through 4, F1 and 7, G1 and 3, 1 through 3, and I1 and 2. Does that seem to make sense to you?
That's just for informational purposes only, because all of the places where you have an offset well and access road, none of the roads are defined in any of the matters there. And so I just wanted to, just have after I don't need to pull this off, I think, for the consent list, Mr. Chairman. I just thought that was something that can be corrected without a motion, that extra zero.
All right. I would ask the director if that is amenable to her.
Mr. Chairman, I believe that is amenable to OSLI and our staff.
All right. Thank you. Well, thank you, Mr. Treasurer. So with that, I still would entertain a motion to form a consent list.
So moved, Mr. Chairman, with the items that you stated, including D1 through D15, E1 through E4, F1 through F7, G1 through G3, and I1 through I2.
Thank you, Madam Auditor. Is there a second? It's been seconded by the Secretary. All in favor of the consent list is enumerated, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
That motion carries. I would now entertain a motion to direct the director's recommendation.
So moved, Mr. Chairman.
It's been moved by the auditor. Is there support for that motion? It's been seconded by the Secretary. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
That motion carries. Madam Director.
Mr. Chairman, that brings us to matter G4, but just as a clarification, D3, I think, was highlighted on the agenda that was put up online. We do not have anybody to speak to that matter, and that matter was added to the consent list. So that's why we're moving to G4.
Okay, thank you very much.
Mr. Chairman, G4 is to consider applications for easements in Converse County, Wyoming. This matter concerns 2 roadway easements. On July 2021, Ogallala Land and Cattle LP applied for 2 roadway easements within section 16 and 17 in Township 40 North, range 75 West in Converse County. Both applications provide that the specific purpose for the easements are for ranch access. The first roadway easement application, which we call 9925, follows the now vacated and abandoned Ross Road across the state trust land parcels. The 66-foot wide roadway is currently in existence and is in good working condition according to staff's evaluation. The second easement application, we've termed easement 9926. That request spurs off the existing Ross Road, creating a secondary access point to Ogallala's deeded land. Easement 9926 is currently not constructed, but is requested to be a total of 66 feet in width. I'll go through each easement application individually just to provide a little more color. With respect to easement 9925, County Road 31, which has also been known as the Ross Road in Converse County, has historically provided access to several parcels of state trust land in northwestern Converse County. On October 6th of 2020, the county commissioners adopted resolution 2020 vacating and abandoning a portion of the Ross Road, beginning at a point in the center of section 22 in Township 40 North, range 75 West, continuing northwesterly across deeded state trust land and federal land, terminating on the western boundary of section 31 in Township 41 North, range 75 West. The resolution contains a specific provision which provides, whereas the Board of County Commissioners reserves the access rights of the area landowners and of the governmental agencies to retain access to this road for performing essential public services. The language in the resolution appears to be consistent with the wording of Wyoming Statute 24-3-101C, wherein the legislatures granted counties the authority to reserve existing access rights for area landowners when abandoning county roads. However, because the county at the time of the abandonment of that portion of Ross Road did not have a roadway easement over the state trust lands at issue, and we believe could not gain a prescriptive easement over state lands, which are not subject to adverse possession, the county could not reserve any rights of way over the state lands for the benefit of area landowners. Because the county commissioners could not pass any rights to Ogallala, allowing them to continue utilizing the portion of Ross Road that traverses the state trust land, we believe it's necessary for Ogallala to apply for an easement from the board if it wishes to continue traversing the section of state trust land via the recently abandoned Ross Road. Easement application 9925 is Ogallala's request in that regard. And so we are recommending the board approve easement application 9925, providing perpetual ranch access to the Ogallala Land and Cattle LP. With respect to easement 9926, that concerns a new to be constructed road. The stated purpose again is ranch access. The request for the easement is 66 feet wide, which exceeds the in our view, the typical ranch access easement of about 30 to 40 feet wide. When evaluating these types of applications, we look to the board's rules and regulations. And the board's rules, Chapter 3, Section 4B provides, it talks about location. Easement routes that follow section lines or previously established roads, pipelines, or utility corridors are generally preferred. Field reviews and investigations and communication with surface lessees, if any, may be conducted by the office to determine potential alternative locations and access routes that minimize or eliminate impacts to state lands. There is no existing roadway or two-track associated with easement 9926. Cut and fill construction will be required to build the road as it traverses around a hill. The proposed road location also requires a riparian area crossing due to the location of Wind Creek, which will require fill and bridge culvert construction within the riparian area. Easement 9926 does not follow a section line, previously established road, pipeline, or utility corridor, and we believe requires state trust land to be impacted, heavily impacted through construction of a new roadway 66 feet in width across undisturbed lands and a riparian area, as I mentioned. Our field staff completed an inspection and found the Ross Road, which is being requested in easement 9925, to be an existing road in good working order as a crown and ditched gravel road. Staff analysis has concluded that easement 9926 is not necessary, therefore, to provide ranch access for Ogallala if the board grants Ogallala's request in easement 9925 for use of the vacated Ross Road. Consequently, we don't believe that the resulting impacts to state land are warranted, and we are recommending that the board deny easement application 9926 as it's not necessary and requires state trust land to be unnecessarily impacted through construction of a new 66-foot wide roadway. Now, we are aware that Ogallala has expressed safety concerns related to oil field traffic access across that existing Ross Road, which we believe may be an additional possible reason for the requested 66-foot wide easement, but that is not stated in their application, and their application only asks for ranch access. Importantly, we have a different process related to oil and gas traffic, which involves issuance of temporary use permits to oil and gas companies for construction and use of oil field roads. The TUPs require that the road be reclaimed at the end of the TUP term. And now I would yield the floor to Deputy Director Crowder to kind of discuss that process and any additional facts that I've missed here in my opening remarks.
Deputy Director.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I don't know if I have too much to add to the director's commentary. She did a great job of laying out the facts. It's important to note that easements, especially roadway easements for residential access, or in this case, ranch access, are of a nature that are perpetual. They will be there forever and are expected to be there forever. Those easements can be transferred without approval of the board. They are just, the easement holder is required to notify the board of any transfer. But once you grant a perpetual easement, that's really the last time the board has any insertion into that easement, unless there's some negligence or discontinuance of use of that easement. In contrast, a temporary use permit, as the director stated, is just that, temporary. It's intended to be in place for 1 to 5 years. The maximum is 5 years. And if the use is expected to continue past 5 years, the board has the ability to either grant or deny that continuance of use by issuing another temporary use permit or not. And as the director also mentioned, there's an expectation at the end of the life of each of those temporary use permits that it is reclaimed. So it's very temporary in nature. It also cannot be assigned to another party without approval. Well, it simply can't be assigned. A new permit needs to be issued by the board to a new party if that transition of use is to occur. So, Mr. Chairman, that's the highlights of the two different types of uses.
Thank you, Deputy Director. I believe we have some people here who can testify to this, and so I'll recognize them after a bit. But first, let me ask, are there questions from the board for the staff?
Yeah, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Treasurer.
I guess first on the 9925 and the 9926 is it looks like one's at $1.35 per foot of width per rod length, and the other one's at 85 cents per foot per rod length. As far as the consideration, or do you believe that that both those, or let's start with 99.25 first? That's a reasonable and fair market value for access to state lands.
Mr. Chairman, Treasurer Meyer. Yes, so how we determine the market rate for an easement application is by looking at our rules, and our rules require that we receive market rates for those. We've done an exhaustive search of other easements, for any information we can find that would give us an indication of what that value could be. And there's an obvious difference between a roadway that is in existence and a roadway that needs to be constructed. So based on our analysis and the understanding of all the comparables, easement number 9925 is an existing road, and that market value is 85 cents, and that seems to be supported by the market that we've been able to find. Easement 9926, as the director mentioned, would be a newly constructed road demanding a different market value, and that's why you see a higher rate for that road.
And in both these cases, the beneficiaries have been fully compensated for the impacts of those roads, and that goes into the I guess the amount of consideration that you believe is fair and equitable for the use.
Mr. Chairman, Treasurer Meyer, that's correct, and that's based off of the comparables that we found across the state.
So the 9926 at the rate of 1.35 per foot, a width per rod of length, is a fair, equitable consideration to the beneficiaries. And so they're fully compensated for the use and the impact.
Mr. Chairman, Treasurer Meyer, if the board approves that easement, we feel like that is the compensation owed back to the beneficiaries that meets the spirit of the rule by providing market value back to them.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Treasurer. Further questions? Further questions? One question I would have, Deputy Director, and I'm assuming you've looked at this. What would be the change in the grazing revenue that derived from either one or both of these roads?
Mr. Chairman, that's a great question. The grazing revenue wouldn't change at all. We expect that the use doesn't have a large impact on the grazing activities on the property and wouldn't really take too much land out of production. Therefore, we don't ever decrease the amount of AUMs initially until the road is fully constructed, and then we remove those acres from the lease, and it's as indicated here. It may not be indicated here, but the acreage is nominal, 10 acres or less. And in that part of the world, the AUMs are not that productive on this property, so we don't expect much out of that. The flip side of that is that the surface lessee or the grazing lessee is compensated as well if they're not the individual applying for the easement through the surface impact payment process. And that's typically $5 a rod as well to compensate them for the loss of grazing.
And would that be the same on a TUP as it would be with an easement?
Mr. Chairman, that's correct. I may have my numbers off. I don't have the schedule in front of me, but both a TUP and an easement come with a surface impact payment requirement back to the surface lessee.
Okay, thank you.
Follow up, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Treasurer.
I'm just curious. I got a couple of questions. One, who's the current leasee or leaseholder of this section?
Mr. Chairman, Treasurer Meyer, Ogallala Land and Cattle is the current grazing lessee.
Okay, so, okay. Then as far as a regular oil field road, is it necessarily built to about the same specs? It's fairly heavy use. I don't know if it's a 66-foot right away, and what's the difference between, I guess, the Ross Road or this intended road that's going to be built in an oil use road or even an access road to one of these previously mentioned well pads?
Mr. Chairman, Treasurer Meyer, I don't believe that it would be too much different in construction. It would really be dependent on what the oil and gas industry needed in their application. And if there were several trucks needing to pass each other, if this was just a single location where they didn't need that type of width, and the type of truck that's going down the road, to the road being able to support that kind of weight.
With your indulgence, Mr. Chairman. So what I understood you say that the current leasee is the same applicant. And so the current leasee would get no benefit as far as a reduction in their grazing lease because they are the applicant.
Mr. Chairman, Treasurer, I don't believe that's what I intended to say. What I intended to say was once this lease comes up for assessment again, if there's an easement there, the acreage associated with that easement would be removed from the productive amount of acres that are available on the lease, which could have a reduction in AUMs present. But in reality, on this parcel, the acres would be fairly nominal and may not have an impact on the AUMs.
Not a big difference one way or the other.
Correct.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Treasurer. Any further questions for the staff? Hearing none, I think members of Ogawa Ranch Company are here. If they'd like to address the board, certainly give them the opportunity at this point.
Is that right?
That sounds good.
Okay.
Mr. Moore, for the record, could you just identify?
You bet.
yourself?
Mr. Governor, members of the board, thank you for allowing us this time. My name is Josh Moore. Today marks the 1000th day anniversary of our initial applications on May 10th of 2019. Trying to sum up the last 2 years, 8 months, and 24 days in a few minutes is hard. Summing up the 10 years prior to that application is even harder. It was immediately apparent from the onset of horizontal drilling, it was going to be a very different animal from any other oil and gas activity we'd seen in the past. Also immediately apparent was the county road that split our ranch headquarters and runs just 50 yards from the corner of our house, had all of a sudden transformed into one of the busiest gravel roads in all of Wyoming. Prior to the horizontal play of 10 pickups went through our buildings, it was a noticeably busy day. Once horizontal drilling started, and still to this day, hundreds of trucks, both large and small, pass through our headquarters at all hours of the day and night. For years, we worked with the oil companies to mitigate the amount of traffic that use the county road. Even with all the attempts to reduce traffic, the amount through the headquarters is still significant. In early 2019, a new opportunity presented itself. After meeting with the Commerce County Commissioners, they expressed interest in having a small portion of the Ross Road be rerouted away from our buildings. The oil industry said that if we could work out the details with the county and the state, they would be willing to pay to construct the road. In May of 2019, we submitted our first application. I was contacted a short time later by OSLI staff stating that due to Commerce County's lack of easements for most portions of the Ross Road crossing state land, they would not issue a new easement until Commerce County did some major house cleaning. In early 2020, I had another conversation with the commissioners. They then expressed interest in a partial abandonment of the Ross Road due to some budgetary issues the new road and bridge director had. Immediately, I contacted the Wyoming Game and Fish. I knew that the abandonment would and should be dead in the water if all that public ground was cut off to sportsmen and women. So we put a plan in place with the Wyoming Game and Fish for a public access area in which Oglala Land and Cattle would donate 3,700 acres of private land and road access from August 15th through the end of November. Game and Fish was going to build a parking lot and put up all the necessary signage. Once we had those ducks in a row, we were told the abandonment process would start with a petition from us and be signed by at least 5 Commerce County residents of voting age and living within 20 miles of the to be abandoned portion. Every person meeting that criteria signed, and it was still barely just enough signatures to satisfy the statute. The county then proceeded with the abandonment process. They gave the necessary time for public comment, then held a public hearing. OSLI did write a letter expressing concerns with the loss of public access. OSLI had no representatives at the public hearing, but their concerns were discussed by the commissioners, Game and Fish personnel, and others in attendance. In the discussion, It was determined OSLI was likely unaware of the public access area, which appeared to be their lone concern expressed in their objection letter. The commissioners then voted and the motion passed unanimously. I wish I could even begin to make sense of all that has transpired since August of 2020. I wish we could give you a detailed account as to why OSLI has fought us tooth and nail on the bypass. I would like to know why for the last 6 months, we, our attorneys, and OSLI have been locked in a battle over property rights, commercial access, and a perpetual easement from Ogallala land and cattle to the state of Wyoming. More than anything, I would love to be able to explain why the document the director provided for you all leaves out so much detail. But here's what I do know. We still need to get the heavy oil field traffic away from our ranch headquarters. We and others have submitted multiple applications for a seemingly routine request to build a half-a-mile of road on state land. We somehow have made an enemy out of OSLI, or at least some of its staff, and I don't know how, and I don't know why. The director's recommendation to deny easement application 9926 fails to mention or even address the entire reason for our request, and that's safety. I'd like to introduce my wife, Kayla, to speak on that a little bit.
Thank you, Mr. Moore. Ms. Moore.
Mr. Governor, members of the board, I'm super nervous, sorry.
That's okay. You can just start by saying your name.
My name is Kayla Moore.
Yeah, thanks.
Thank you for taking the time to hear us. Our main reason for this easement is for the safety of our daughters. They are the 6th generation of ranchers to live at the Ogallala, our family ranch that was established in 1877. When we started this process, they were 5 and 1. They are now 8 and 4, and they are true Wyoming-raised ranch kids. There's a freedom that comes with growing up on a ranch. The increased traffic next to our home has been a threat to that lifestyle, to say the least. The current road splits our buildings. I get this awful sinking feeling every time the girls and I are outside by ourselves. So many times we are passed by oil tankers, gravel trucks, and a variety of other vehicles, both large and small. We would like to think these are all hardworking, honest individuals, but the possibilities are terrifying. We've had horses, dogs, and cats killed. We've been woken up at all hours of the night from people claiming to be lost or broken down, or simply just parked right outside of our house at 1:30 in the morning. And we are a long way from help. Our home sits 63 miles from the nearest hospital or law enforcement. 25 miles of that is a dirt road. It is a matter of when something else is going to happen. And I ask that you please reconsider the recommendation by the board, or excuse me, by the Office of State Lands and Investment, and allow the bypass road to be built.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I'm not done.
Okay.
We, along with many other people, feel there is a legitimate use for a very small piece of state land. Its use would better the lives of a handful of Wyoming residents. Its use would improve the mineral company's ability to get their job done both safer and more economically. Its use also generates income for the state of Wyoming. If this section of land was owned by Ogallala Land and Cattle, the road would have been built and in use since 2011. My family has leased this state section, to my knowledge, since the inception of state leases. The state has trusted us to look after this piece of ground since the beginning, and I'm fairly certain we've done an okay job at least. I just ask that you trust us here also. Trust that we would never ask to do something on a piece of state land that we wouldn't do to our own. And I'd like to introduce Frank Moore.
Thank you, Mr. Moore. Mr. Moore, good to see you.
Thank you, Governor and Board. My name is Frank Moore. Director Scoggins, thank you for this opportunity. Director Scoggin recommends denying the bypass easement because Ogallala will already have the ability to access its deeded land. This was never the reason for the bypass request. The packet presented with the recommendation failed to mention the safety concerns. It failed to mention the letters of support for the bypass by all commercial users. It failed to mention the improved public access for hunters. Failed to mention the temporary use permit submitted by Continental Oil to build the bypass that hasn't been acted on in over 8 months. failed to mention the BLM's support for the bypass road and abandonment of Ross Road. Perhaps the most critical failure is not mentioning the multitude of ranchers, oil field, pipeline, and related service people using this road daily that will no longer be able to cross the state land parcel if this impasse isn't resolved. Mr. Chairman, a simple request for a half-mile of road to improve safety and oil field access did not need to become an issue requiring us to be here before you today. Please approve both easement requests. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Moore. We have a couple of people who have indicated an interest in addressing the board, but let me start by asking if any members of the board have questions for any members of the Moore family. Not right now. From the secretary? Not right now. Okay. Well, with that, I see, and Mr. Bump, you can correct me, but I see Ms. Herman and looks like Ms. Roberts. So Ms. Herman first.
Thank you, Governor and Board of Land Commissioners. My name is Marguerite Herman, and I'm here as a member of the Advocates for School Trust Lands, and I also happen to be a local school board member. And I'm speaking in favor of the recommendation by the director on this particular set of requests. I think Director Scoggin laid out the issues as they are plainly before us today, and parenthetically reminding us all about the mandate of managing our trust lands and all the activities on them and underneath them to carry out our fiduciary duty to produce revenue for schools. So I know that has been repeated repeatedly, but I'm going to go ahead and put it right there in front of my further discussion. And I agree with the granting of the recommendation to grant the easement on the Ross Road. It seems to make a lot of sense. I think the Moores have made a great case for the comfort and safety of their home, their families, and I think that is, I support that recommendation, and I hope you vote in favor of that today. On the other question, it seems to me that that is a separate issue. The use of that land, of that building a road, a proposed road, really addresses the needs of the oil and gas producers, which again does address the ability of school trust lands to produce revenue. So that applies here as well. And certainly I would guess if the OSLI can negotiate with them, if the current 2 tracks of roads are not adequate to serve them, that bypass can be built. But that is a separate issue, it seems to me, a separate negotiation with different stakeholders at that point. So I do support the denial of that particular easement. And without getting into more of the details, I would just say that I think that Director Scoggin did mention the extra consideration with the bypass road, the effect it has on the trust asset, its ability to be developed, and which, according to your own rules, have to be considered in this case. And happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Ms. Herman. Are there any questions for Ms. Herman? I don't hear any. Thank you very much for addressing the board. I have Ms. Roberts next, and then I recognize, I believe, Mr. Riggs has just raised his hand. So excuse me just a minute, Secretary.
And Mr. Chairman, I'm sorry to speak up sooner. I just had a quick question for Ms. Herman. I hear you talk about, in the petition or otherwise, that there's a safety concern by the Moores, and so you are fine with the recommendation that easement 9925 is approved, but then that access still goes past their house, number one. And so am I missing something in your commentary? That's number one. And number two, how would we not be upholding our fiduciary duty to state trust lands if we did approve easement 9926?
Mr. Chairman, I'm just going to refer back to the discussion that we got from Mr. Crowder and Ms. Scoggin, is that the temporary use permit contemplated by the oil and gas creates much less burden than an easement. So I think Mr. Crowder described the impact on the value of the trust, preservation of the trust, of those two agreements. They have different implications completely. And then further in that, I think Ms. Scoggin, Director Scoggin outlined the riparian impact that a 66-foot wide road there would have on the trust. And I think there may be circumstances that justify overriding that, but I don't think they're present in this case. And I would guess if Director Scoggin could review those impacts again, but I think also the perpetuity versus the 5-year TUP, I think that's a pretty big consideration as well.
Thank you.
Thanks, Ms. Herman. So with that, I will recognize Ms. Roberts.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. My name is Amanda Roberts, and I'm an attorney with the firm of Wanabon Riggs in Sheridan, Wyoming. Our firm has been assisting Ogallala in this matter. Ogallala submitted exhibits A through K in support of its applications. It's my understanding that those exhibits were provided to you ahead of today's meeting and will be included for discussion. I wanted to highlight just a couple of those exhibits with you today. I would direct your attention first to Exhibit I. That is a letter dated July 9th, 2020 from OSLI to the Board of County Commissioners of Converse County. It's regarding the proposal to vacate a portion of the Ross Road. OSLI's sole concern was maintaining public access to the state trust lands. Exhibit H is the next exhibit, and that contains drafts of the public easements that Ogallala and the Wyoming Game and Fish would like to finalize should the bypass road be approved. As you can see, Ogallala signed this easement back in October of 2020, showing its commitment to provide the public access to the state trust lands. Next, I would ask that you please review Exhibit J. This is a letter from the Board of County Commissioners of Converse County directed to OSLI concerning the history for vacating a portion of the old Ross Road. Of note, the commissioners explained that because Ogallala offered to increase public access with a vastly expanded walk-in area that would increase both the quality and quantity of hunting and recreating available in the area, that the concerns of OSLI raised in Exhibit I regarding the public access were satisfied. The board reiterated that the abandonment of Ross Road was dependent on preserving and expanding a walk-in area for public access to the state trust lands. Ogallala remains committed to work with the Wyoming Game and Fish to finalize the public access easements if the bypass road is approved by the board today. Indeed, again, Ogallala has already signed a version as drafted by the Game and Fish and remains committed to finalizing the documents needed to make that happen. Turning to Exhibit F, on page 4, there is an email dated September 23rd of 2021 from OSLI to Ogallala. At that time, OSLI requested a non-exclusive, non-public easement over Ogallala's deeded acreage in exchange for placement on the consent agenda for October for approval of the 2 applications that you have before you today, and that includes the bypass road easement. At the end of January, we were informed that OSLI no longer desired the non-exclusive, non-public easement that it requested back in September. We also learned on receipt of the agenda materials that the director's recommendation is to deny the bypass road due to impact on state land. Now, for the first time, we're hearing that there's a TUP process as opposed to the easement that might be preferred. Understandably, Ogallala is puzzled as to why the bypass road easement was acceptable in September, but now is not. Finally, I would ask that you please review and consider the letters in support of the bypass road from the oil and gas companies developing the minerals in the area, as well as the Wyoming Game and Fish. Those letters are included as Exhibit C. These letters show that that every group having an interest here is supportive of the bypass road. I thank you for your time.
Thank you, Ms. Roberts. I think Mr. Riggs has his hand up, but let me just ask if anyone has questions. I think the auditor has a question for you.
Mr. Chairman, thank you for being here, Ms. Roberts. And I don't want this to sound contentious, but I bring up an issue I'm struggling with these exhibits and sort of sorting through everything. For example, in the letter from the Board of County Commissioners, you know, it states very factually that there has been an application to the OSLI for a walk-in area that was denied. That statement is not true, and that I could confirm. So what I'm struggling with, and I guess this is a question, is how would we sort through this information and know which parts are factual when personally I've been able to confirm that a few of them are not?
Thank you for your question. I am unsure of what the Wyoming Game and Fish had actually applied for. We certainly only have the information of what the Board of County Commissioners put in its letter, but I do know from Mr. Moore, Josh Moore, and he can confirm that since he's in person at the meeting. And you have the easement documents that they were negotiating at the time that the Ross Road was abandoned, that they are committed to putting in the walk-in area should the bypass road be approved today. And so if there are additional applications that the Wyoming Game and Fish need to make with the Office of State Lands and Investments, it's my understanding that they're holding off on any of those pending the outcome of today's matter.
Thank you. And again, Mr. Chairman and Ms. Roberts, I didn't mean to put you on the spot. I just want to say on the record, when these exhibits are presented as a group, and they're very helpful and help tell the story, but there's pieces of these that we know are not, that I've confirmed that are not true. So then it gets challenging to sort out. So I say that as a statement, you know, sort of for the public, that it gets challenging when I wasn't at this meeting to know what was said, especially when these things are being presented up as evidence, but not everything said in them is factual.
Thank you, Madam Auditor. Ms. Roberts, any further comment?
I would just comment that, I mean, obviously the letter was drafted by the Board of County Commissioners of Converse County back in August. And so our office certainly didn't have any input into what went into the letter. So we're also operating under the same items. However, I do know that the walk-in area and the decision to require the public access to the state lands was one of the requirements that the Board of County Commissioners required at the time it approved abandonment of the road. And I think the public records on that particular matter reflect that as well. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Mr. Treasurer.
Yeah, and this goes into the type of use in 9926. I think the Office of OSLI said that the ranch access kind of limits the use in 9926, or inferred to me anyway. I don't want to put words in your guys' mouth that because it was just for ranch access necessarily may limit the use for a road as a bypass. I'm wondering if you agree with if that was the case, whether you agree with that, and if you do agree with it, then whether the type of use should be as an easement for ranch access and bypass for oil field traffic.
Mr. Treasurer, I think let's hold your thought there for a moment. I think it's a really good one. I just want to make sure that we get through to Mr. Riggs and then I think come back and there's some other questions there. Right, and I appreciate that. I guess what I'd like to do, Mr. Moore, with your permission, I just want to, understanding that this has some robust history to it, I want to make sure that we kind of keep things in order. Any further questions from Ms. Roberts? Mr. Riggs, I see you had your hand up, and I just wanted to give you the opportunity to address the board.
Yes, Governor. Thank you very much. I want to address the easement 9926. The board, of course, has a duty to maximize the use of state lands, maximize the revenue. This is going to be a major improvement to state land. The bypass road has been completely engineered as built. It will be an excellent road. It'll be an excellent improvement on the state land. The state income as well is going to be enhanced. The state will have the Ogallala fees that will be paid for this, but following immediately on the heels of granting this easement, you will have several temporary use permit applications to be dealt with: Continental Resources, Northwoods Oil and Gas, Titan Exploration, Saddle Butte, and every other service provider to the oil and gas industry who will need to use this road will be here to apply for a temporary use permit. The other thing that seems to me to be important is that the bypass road represents a significant accommodation to users of this land and the land immediately north of the state section. It will reduce dramatically the number of truck travel miles on roads, and it will provide much better access to thousands of acres of lands immediately to the north. It's going to enhance mineral development. It'll reduce operational cost of oil and gas operations on all the wells to the north. It'll solidify state severance tax revenue in this regard. So therefore, really state income will be enhanced. It'll have the road revenue on section 16, not only from Ogallala, but from the several temporary use permits that will follow on the heels of this, and the tax revenue to the state from severance taxes, we think will be increased as well. It sort of represents a history of accommodation that we make for mineral uses in our state, consistent with Wyoming law and practice, and plus enhances the state revenue. So we think this is a positive development for the state, not a negative thing. And so we would ask that the board exercise its discretion to approve this as it improves the state land, and of course improves the safety to its citizens. Thank you, Governor.
Thank you, Mr. Riggs. And I think for the record, you may have indicated this, but I'm not sure that I heard it. You also are assisting Ogallala Ranch Company in this?
Yes, Governor, I am, and I'm one of Amanda Roberts' partners as well.
Thank you. So I don't see anybody else has their hand up. Mr. Treasurer, just a couple of things I wanted to see if we had in evidence here. I don't know if we have anyone from the Game and Fish in the audience here. Okay. Do we have anybody from Converse County Commission or office here just to have an opportunity to address? Okay. Very good. So with that, Mr. Treasurer, going back to your point.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, and I think that my point was answered by the last participant, Mr. Riggs, that the on 9926, that even if it was a perpetual easement by Ogallala Ranch, if someone was going to travel that road, and I'm asking the OSLI for confirmation whether the proposition that Mr. Riggs put forth, that if they travel that bypass, they would still have to ask for a temporary use permit from the state. Is that the correct assumption? Once the road's built, you get temporary use travel on it, permits.
So, Mr. Treasurer, just to sort of jump in here, because it's one of the questions I had. At the end of this, we've talked about a bypass road. It's unclear to me if the bypass road is a county road or if it is going to be a road that can be used by people otherwise accessing it. I don't know about that. So, and Jason, you can respond, and then I'll obviously let the Moores or the Lonnebaugh Riggs firm.
Mr. Chairman, Treasurer Meyer, you are correct. Any easement granted is a non-exclusive easement. So it would be granted to Ogallala for the purposes stated on the application. And that's what we would expect them to use it for. And that's what we've charged or assessed the market rate as such. Anybody else needing to use that road, we would want to analyze their use. So if it was oil and gas traffic, we would want to ensure that they weren't otherwise allowed to use that road because they had an existing mineral lease on that particular parcel, or they had a special use lease on that parcel. And then where were they headed? And that may indicate that they would have to have a temporary use permit. So if they are headed somewhere else, yes, a temporary use permit would be warranted in that situation to each individual company utilizing that road.
So, Mr. Chairman, I want to try to get the numbers right. The consideration of $1.35 totally reimburses all of the beneficiaries for the installation of the road. Is that a true statement? Fair to say?
Mr. Chairman, Treasurer Meyer, for the purpose of ranch access.
Okay. Yeah, but that includes all of the impacts as far as the land disturbance, everything else that's included in the $1.35.
Mr. Chairman, specifically to the easement application, that's correct.
Okay.
If there are other temporary use permits placed on there, we will charge them a market rate as well, each and every one.
And you don't have to reimburse Ogallala land for any of that? There's no cost share in the temporary use permits? You get the road for free?
Mr. Chairman, that's an interesting point, and I don't have a great answer for you right now because it would be an existing road. Just as if the temporary use permit was approved first and then the easement application came in second, Ogallala Ranch would be charged at the existing road rate and not the new road rate.
Okay, I'm not sure what you just said, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Chairman, Treasurer Meyer, I'm happy to clarify.
Yeah.
There are two rates. There's an existing road rate and there's a new road rate. And it has nothing to do with the permitting structure that has allowed the road to be there. It's just, is it in existence or does it need to be constructed?
Yeah.
This particular situation, we have a easement application wishing to construct a road prior to a temporary use permit application wishing to construct the road. So the easement application is assessed the new road rate. However, if we had the temporary use permit application, and that was already approved and they had already constructed the road, then the easement application will be charged at the existing road rate, which is a cheaper rate. Therefore, the scenario you presented earlier would be flip-flopped, where the oil and gas company, if they held the temporary use permit, would pay for construction of the road and Ogallala would get the benefit of it, not having to construct it and be assessed a cheaper rate.
I guess those are details to follow, maybe, not sure. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Treasurer. Do the Moores want to address this? Yeah, I have both Moores, Mr. Moores coming.
Mr. Chairman, Madam Auditor, to hopefully speak to your question a little bit. Do we know for sure that the Game and Fish submitted applications for either the parking lot or the road access to go along with the public access area? I guess an answer to your question is no, but I do have email correspondence between Ms. Dyer and myself that speak to the communication that was going on between Game and Fish and the Office of State Lands. So I mean that's not a great answer to your question, but there was certainly conversations between the two state agencies.
I would just add, as far as the county is concerned, and we are concerned for people out there, the ability to put that walk-in area is still not there because nothing has been worked out with the Office of State Land. So as far as the county is concerned, it's been denied. That was not a lie or a misrepresentation of the facts in their letter. That was their understanding of where the situation is. Whether there was an actual official denial, there was not, but there has not been any resolution of the public access area. And it's because everybody's waiting for the state land office.
Madam Auditor, did you have a follow-up or?
No, Mr.
Oh, okay. I thought you were reaching forward. Well, thanks. And on behalf of the state, let me say I apologize that this has taken the time it has. And I think what is clear to me at this point is that there has been some confusion in communications along the way. Maybe Mr. Moore, please.
If I could add one more thing, the temporary use permit to build the bypass road was submitted last May. And if that had been done, there would have been no need for an easement request. There would be no need for the Ogallala to try and get a perpetual easement on this piece of ground. The idea is for a bypass for the oil field traffic, not for access to deeded ground, because they've already got access to it. The application specifically stated it was for safety.
Yeah.
And the easement was after the temporary use permit had already been submitted.
And I appreciate that. And I do think safety is a matter that this board is aware of. I think it was brought up earlier today. So I want to make sure that we all are aware and the minutes recognize that safety is a consideration. Mr. Treasurer.
You know, I wonder if it'd be appropriate to go ahead and deal with 9925, get that out of the way, and deal with 9926 in a separate motion and further discussion if it's necessary.
Mr. Treasurer, I think that's a good idea. And if the board is so inclined.
Well, Mr. Chairman, I would move that the Board of Land Commissioners approve the application EAS 9925 roadway easement for ranch access for Ogallala land and cattle for the consideration of $23,143.49, which is at a rate of 85 cents per foot of width per rod of length.
Mr. Treasurer's made the motion that you've just heard. Is there support for that motion?
Second.
It's been seconded by the auditor. Is there any discussion? Any discussion? Any discussion? Hearing none, all in favor signify by saying aye.
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 That motion carries.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Okay.
Mr. Chairman, I don't know if there's any more discussion or testimony or any comment from, I saw folks vigorously writing notes over there. So I don't know if we have a point, counterpoint, and further discussion or not, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Treasurer, I just thought it would be good to sort of make sure we know where we are at this point. So if I understand, and I guess this would be for the Moores, for the staff, for the firm of Lonnabaugh Riggs, whoever wants to respond. If I understand where we are at this point, we've just passed an easement that memorializes the passage of the road to the Moores home farmstead. That is a road that is now a private road because it's been abandoned by the county. And I just wanted to make sure that, is that the understanding of where we are at this point?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, but there's a side note to that I think is problematic that that may need a correction by the legislature, and that is the premise that you can be a leaseholder of state land and you're prohibited from passing through that state land without paying an easement. Because there's a lot of state land out there that a road will run through. And this is what we've got. We've got a leaseholder that the Office of State Land said that you can go on the state land, but if you're going to drive through the state land, we want you to pay $23,143.49 for the privilege to drive through the state land. That's what happened today. Just wanted to make everybody understand that. So all these people out there that have state land and they have a road running through it, and they're moving from one part of their ranch to the other part of their ranch. Now, this precedent says we can jack them up for 85 cents a foot. And so that's I think is where we're going to have a legislative fix at some point in time. But the Moores wanted this easement. I agreed with it because that was their premise. But that's the precedent that we set. So we need to probably look at that, you know, in the future to make a determination about what we should or shouldn't do.
And Mr. Treasurer, I know that's one interpretation, but and I guess my concern is, and I go back to whatever the hill was outside of Laramie, where we had an existing road that was on everybody's plat, and we couldn't get rid of it. And it wasn't an existing road, but it was on everybody's plat. And so I think with precedents, we've got to be pretty mindful. I know for us, we routinely cross state land on roads that we've used for a long time. And I don't necessarily agree quite with the way you've interpreted this, because I don't think that's exactly what we did. We did secure an easement for a roadway. But I think there's plenty of, I mean, whenever you renew your lease, you've got to put down the improvements that are on that. That's fences, that's water lines, that's, anything that's associated with that. So, okay. Right. So now we have 9926, which is the request for the. Would it be correct to the Moores to say this would be a connector, or we talk about it as a bypass road, and I understand what that is, but we're not sort of doing the whole bypass. We're only really talking about a segment of a road that would eventually be a bypass.
Mr. Chairman, members of the board, that's correct. It's a half mile of state land that is private on either side.
Okay. So there are a couple of questions that come to mind that maybe Mr. Moore, you can help me with. It's a high standard 66-foot wide road, which certainly accommodates oil field traffic and makes a lot of sense. If it's an easement, it serves in perpetuity and offers a lot of opportunities there for, as I think Jason put it, the director or deputy director put it, without really much input from the state as to how that road gets used from that point on. And I don't mean to say anything else other than that. That's just the fact. The question I have, and I think I'm going to say Frank Moore mentioned this earlier, the TUP was already in evidence. And does a TUP serve the same purposes, or is an easement really absolutely necessary in this case?
Mr. Chairman, members of the board, I don't think it really matters to us.
Okay.
We just want the traffic away from our houses. And however that has to happen is fine. We weren't met with a lot of help in this. It's been a learning process the entire way through. And I'm not saying we got all the steps right, obviously, or we wouldn't be here. But the easement and the road being there in the future still probably does make a certain amount of sense. Oil and gas or whatever the next phase of industry isn't going anywhere for a while. And hopefully our headquarters aren't going anywhere for a while. And so to me, it would make sense if there's a way to paper this thing up correctly that allowed that bypass to remain in the future, and the industry can be over there doing their thing and we can be over doing our thing. It makes for a more symbiotic future than where it currently stands.
Well, that certainly makes sense. I guess where I was trying to go with this is that maybe the road's a higher standard and bigger road than what a person would need just for ranch access. And you may want to have the easement there for ranch access, which is where I thought sort of started some of this conversation. I know there's been a lot of pieces in between. So where I was trying to get to is, can we figure out a way to do this easement, but not necessarily for that high standard cut fill kind of thing, although a TUP would allow that to happen. And then as that road becomes less necessary, you wouldn't have quite the same issues with maintenance and all that sort of stuff. So that's just my thinking.
Sure. Mr. Chairman, members of the board, this was actually a conversation that Mr. Crowder and myself had. And at one point in time, we were worried about the impact of the oil and gas industry and asking them to come back in once it's over to reclaim it. But for us, if it's 33 feet, 66 feet, no, it really doesn't make that much of a difference. And if it helped for us to reduce ours to a narrower width, so that the temporary use permits can come in later and expand the size of that road while it's necessary, that is fine with us.
Okay. I'm just spitballing here, so which may not be the right thing. So, Mr. Treasurer.
I think there's perpetual, there's temporary use, but I think special purpose or special use is in the middle that can go up to 75 years, 25 years at a time is so there's three options, I guess, from what I can understand. So, and I asked OSLI, Mr. Chairman, about how long do most of those temporary use wells go, and that was like they're 5 years at a time, and they can continually be applied for, but not renewed. And so I'm not sure where it's at. I think the mores are flexible as far as width and different things there. I think if we can probably come to a resolution in this. I'm hesitant about offering something that might be passed that might not necessarily fit anybody's consideration. So I hope we have some more, communication, Mr. Chairman.
Sure. Mr. Secretary.
Well, again, same as what the treasurer just said, and the questions that you asked. I mean, and Mr. Moore answered the question I was going to ask, which is the bypass isn't about access. And if it's not, and we just granted 9925, then it sounds like something temporary or something that is non-perpetual that the state would maintain control of would serve everyone's purpose, which would be a TUP. And so it sounds like to me, and I'm just throwing this out there too, there's a cost to saying we want a bypass. And it sounds like you've offered to pay for that or construct it or what have you. We can work out those details. But after that, recognizing that it's a temporary use permit that could require maintenance, perhaps to be shared by more than just one party. But the biggest thing is it's not perpetual. And it seems like that solves the issue, but I could be missing something completely here, legally or otherwise. But if in the future, the oil development kind of fades away, then that road is probably not going to be in use any longer. So we don't have to worry about anyone monetizing it or using it for purposes greater than what we all contemplated as we sit here today. And as a fiduciary, I feel like, I don't think that the placement of a road on state land diminishes anything. We would be compensated for it. So that's we've met our duty there. And we would be with the TUP controlling the access to it, the use of it, and it wouldn't be perpetual. So I just throw all that out there to say, okay, tell me why that doesn't work. And there may be a very good reason why it doesn't.
No, Mr. Chairman, if I might.
I recognize the director.
Thank you, sir. That was the impetus behind the proposed denial of the Moore bypass application, which I have it here, and it does say ranch access. It doesn't say the other things. However, we did become aware of their safety concerns. And so we thought, how could we do this in such a way where we're minimizing the impacts to the trust beneficiaries, but also doing it consistent with our longstanding practices? And so when the deputy and I spoke, we thought probably the best way to do this would be through the TUP process, have the oil and gas industry that would be using said road as a diversion to apply for the TUP and chat with them about that. And as the Moores indicated, we do have a TUP sitting in our office from Continental. And Deputy Director, you probably want to explain what's going on with that. But yes, Mr. Secretary, I think you're in alignment with us that we think the TUP would be the way to go. And because, of our recommended denial of the bypass, that shouldn't be presumed that would be a recommended denial of a TUP. I think the TUP is more along the lines of how we would normally handle these sorts of situations. And by the way, we get the benefit of, helping them with their health and safety concerns, which would be routing the traffic around their ranch buildings. So Jason, do you want to?
And just Deputy, before you get going, answer in this process one question too, which is lots of times when a road gets put in, whether it's an oil field road or something else, it becomes a real convenience for the landowner. And to me, there's probably, use beyond that. So I want to make sure that if there's a TUP that does this, that there's an opportunity to elect more of a permanent easement once the road winds down. The issue with the 66-foot wide one, I'll be very clear about that. That allows for subdivisions. And if somebody gets accustomed to that and starts going across that and everything else, and the landowner doesn't want to have a subdivision on the other side of their land, this is one way that they can, and of course, if they want to develop a subdivision, they can of course come back and do that. But I just want to make sure that we retain tools on this over the long haul. So
as you're addressing that, is there any fence up there, or is there any way to control access 10 years from now, 15 years from now?
Mr. Chairman, thank you for all of the questions. You're absolutely correct that when a road is built, a lot of people use that maybe up and above what we intended it to be approved for. And unfortunately, we don't have the enforcement ability to sit on every road to ensure only the people that we've granted access to for the purpose are using it for that specific purpose. So it happens. And to the treasurer's point, it happens all over the state. And we're only able to address it as we come across it. We've come across this one, obviously. But in no way would denial of this application or approval or denial of some future temporary use permit limit the board's ability to consider another application sometime in the future for an additional situation, be it a subdivision, be it some other kind of development. What we are simply doing here within this process is applying the applications we've received from Ogallala Land and Cattle into our rules. And our rules do not differentiate a parcel outside of Cheyenne compared to this parcel, which is in the middle of the state, very separated from everything. And so that's when we have to step in and apply our common sense and apply the rules at the same time to determine what is the best use of state land as we're allowing these vehicles on them, permitting vehicles on them. Is this a good perpetual situation that should be there? And as we've discussed and as the director recommended, the Ross Road makes sense. The bypass for the same use, and when we apply our rules and knowing that there isn't any other development out there, it makes sense to recommend denial of that because there's already a good and existing road, and that's what the rules contemplate. So I hope that answers both of those questions. Specific to the temporary use permit application that we have in-house, the director's correct. We do have one in-house. It is only for the bypass portion of the road. It doesn't consider any portion of the Ross Road that they would also have to traverse now that it is a private road. It is appropriate that the Moores don't know what we're doing with that application because it is an application with a separate entity. It's not an application with them. It's to Continental for whatever purpose they want to use that road for. But specific to that, we have had conversations with Continental and they've been a little bit slow. Continental's not pushing this application. They have submitted it, but they're not pushing it forward saying, I need this tomorrow. We have indicated to them that they need to lengthen their application. They need to not only have the bypass identified, but also have the portion of the Ross Road they'd also be traversing to get to the bypass identified on that application. And to date, they haven't provided that legal description to us. So it is an application we hold in-house. However, it's incomplete and it's not ripe to be considered yet.
So direct or deputy director, just to be clear, we're only talking about that portion on state lands, correct?
Mr. Chairman, you're correct.
Thank you. I have the auditor, then I have the treasurer. Auditor.
I have a lot of questions. I'm just trying to decide where to start. Jason, ballpark, how many TUPs on roadways like this do you think we have around the state?
Mr. Chairman, Madam Auditor, a very large ballpark. I don't know the exact number. I think we have in the neighborhood of 6,400 TUPs in total. A good chunk of those are for oil and gas purposes and a very good chunk of those are for roads.
Okay, gotcha. So a lot of, not one or two, this is very much our standard of business. And so, first off, I just really want to say I appreciate the Moores being here and interfacing with us. And I too apologize that this process has been so long and painful. The reasons as to why that happened don't matter. Here we are, and how do we move forward? But I appreciate your patience, and I appreciate you reaching out to my office as well. And that you have our attention, and we will get this dealt with. That is I think my commitment, and I'm sure my colleagues would agree with that. And I appreciate your flexibility to say, either of those work. Without objection, I do have to throw more support behind a TUP does make a lot of sense. We are, from the standpoint of the beneficiaries, we would be compensated for that more than once then at each point in time where it was renewed for the use of that road. And something the secretary said, I immediately agreed with, but then I thought about it a little bit more. He said, well, a road on state land, I don't consider that really affecting the value. if anything, it might add value, except the public can't use this road at all. There's no access to get to that. And the other thing, and Mr. and Mrs. Moore, please don't take this that we're going to build a casino next to your ranch at any time. But the difference is future prospects, when we offer any sort of permanent easement, do take away from the value of the state trust land. So that easement would be there if we grant it today forever. And I think we're very comfortable with that. I don't think the Moores are going anywhere anytime soon. They will probably be here another, 140 years. So anyway, that's if there was flexibility and any more tolerance for us to get that application through, I think that does make a lot of sense for all parties. And, but please disagree if you think so. That is all. Thanks.
Okay. And if anybody wants to speak to it, please feel free. Okay. Thank you, Auditor. Mr. Treasurer.
Well, Mr. Chairman, I guess the beneficiaries are totally compensated under this. So any value or loss, all those things are taken into consideration because it's a perpetual easement. So all of those things have to be addressed. So our fiduciary responsibilities are met with $1.35 per foot of width per rod of length. But I don't want to lose sight of the impact that we've had on this family. I know I grew up on a ranch. It had a county road running right through it, but we'd be lucky to see 4 or 5 vehicles go through a day, and most of them were neighbors or a fertilizer order that we ordered out. And I grew up with my brother like Huck Finn and Tom Sawyer. We had a great lifestyle. This family has been severely impacted for a decade or more because of the oil industry. And it certainly is a matter of public health, safety, and welfare from my perspective. And because they're part of the public. And I don't want to walk away without this thing, without us having something solved on this to address that, because I don't want to wake up tomorrow and find out that, well, the family was down here, something happened to the family that's not here in this audience. I think that's a real concern. And I think that it's unconscionable that we've let this thing go this far. I really do. And I apologize for the system and it's what it is. But I guess what I would say is that I think they're at the risk of I guess making more people mad than I probably should. I'll try a motion and I'll go to not a TUP and not a perpetual, but I'll go to and I'm trying to think, Jason, that the name of that, so I make the motion right, is a special purpose use.
Mr. Chairman, Treasurer Meyer, if I'm understanding your train of thought here, we have a couple different options for them for something different than what they've applied for.
Yeah.
We have the special use lease that has a term with it. It also comes with an annual payment. It comes with an annual escalator. It comes with a requirement that they place a bond. Should they ever default on payments, or if they quit using the property, we can reclaim it. So there's a hefty financial situation with a special use lease. We can also do an easement for a 35-year term, and that's allowable within the year rules. I think we would ask for a new application from the Moores to be able to just definitively define what they're asking for, and that we can present that to you for consideration, separate from what they've already submitted.
At the risk of sort of interfering in a process there, here's a question. I think this, everybody spent quite a bit of time on this, and we've reflected on that. We do understand the circumstances on the ground at this point. I'm a little bit hesitant, Mr. Treasurer, sort of coming up with a on the floor kind of thought about how to resolve this until we've had a chance for the Moores to look at it and see what option makes the most sense for them. at present, it seems like the TUP is applied for, and that may start the process. It looks like the Moores have worked on sort of siting the road, and we haven't precluded the option of securing an easement for that down the road. There's some concern here about traffic, and I certainly appreciate that. And so I think we should move with some alacrity there. But fact of the matter is, it appears the Moores have solved that issue because it's a private road. Is that a fair statement?
Mr. Chairman, members of the board, I don't know. I don't know if we have. If we leave here today with the easement into the ranch, which is excellent, but not an actionable plan for the bypass, I guess we're still in the same position. The traffic's still going by the house, and we don't really know what the next step is. I guess, I mean, this is the most productive conversation, and it is so appreciated from the Office of State Lands to the board. Thank you for getting us as far as we have today. I mean, if you build it, they will come. Is there a construction permit? I mean, that would solve the problem. If we could just have a permit that says we could build this road, then the oil and gas industry can get started on getting it built. All the while they're doing their temporary use permits. We don't need the easement. We don't need the temporary use permit. It's
but I worry, Mr. Moore, you might end up with the liability of that.
Sure.
And I'm not sure that's something you want. It may be something you welcome, but I think what we're trying to do is figure out how to get this solution solved for you. And if it's the oil field traffic that really wants that road, they're probably the ones that most likely are going to want to probably build it, unless you're wanting to build it for them, which is a possibility too. So
the plan is for Continental to build the road.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
So I'm wondering, Jason, if we can, with some alacrity, I'm happy to work on that to see if we can get Continental to ante up on this thing, get a TUP in place, and see if we can move forward.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, thank you for that, and we will do that as well. I think I will also note that the Ross Road is no longer a public road. It's no longer a county road, and as it traverses state land, as the director mentioned in her opening remarks, nobody has access across that road, with the exception of the easement you just approved today. So the oil and gas companies currently utilizing that road don't have the right to use it. They're not formally permitted by you. So they're doing something outside of the rules. And we have approached them to get a temporary use permit to do exactly what the easement does, allow them to continue to use that road as it sits right now. We are not allowing oil and gas traffic down that road at the moment. The only way they're able to access our property is by Ogallala Ranch, allowing them to cross private land to get to our property. So we don't want to perpetuate a safety concern or continue that in any way. In fact, we'd like to have that controlled and mitigated and moved to the appropriate location. We're not actively moving trucks down that road. We're not actively moving oil and gas traffic in that manner. So I just want to make sure that the board is aware of that. We've tried to manage that and mitigate it as much as we can. And we've not gotten much response out of the oil and gas users of that road. And I think part of it is they are all waiting for the outcome of this easement board matter. So we'll probably get more after this, but we're happy, as you've indicated, to move forward and aggressively pursue them.
Thank you. Frank.
Mr. Chairman, board. This thing's been going on for 1,000 days. And the whole idea was to get this traffic diverted from away from the ranch. Nobody had any intentions of abandoning the Ross Road, but that turned out to be the solution. The traffic is still going by the Ogallala across the state land in trespass, just as they said that the Ogallala was in trespass, just as I guess I'm in trespass every time I go across it or anybody else goes across it is in trespass. If it's the Ogallala's responsibility to shut that access off, there's going to be hundreds of vehicles sitting out there. How do we get to our stuff? How do we get to our stuff? And to say that it's because they haven't filed a temporary use permit or they haven't done all of the paperwork. This thing has gone on and on and on. And the only reason this office isn't flooded with phone calls and complaints is because the Ogallala has been generous enough to allow them to continue to use this road for a year and a half, a private road for a year and a half with hundreds and hundreds of trucks. They had a proposal to haul water in for a frack with water trucks, which was going to be something like 8,000 trucks in a 2-week period, day and night, back and forth through those buildings, because that's the access. This thing has got to be resolved. It's a private road that is being used simply to accommodate the people that need to use it. The bypass needs to be built. The oil companies, if we shut it off or said build the bypass, they could have it built in 2 weeks. Winter, summer, it doesn't matter. They would build that road if it was to get to their location.
So Frank, our problem at this point is that the TUP that's in front of us isn't from Ogallala Ranch. So my sense is easement gets granted today as is, or the TUP gets granted in a day or two, if that's possible. There's no difference in the construction schedule, and I think I'm committed to trying to make that happen. So that to me is a way of resolving this thing. And I'm happy to call Harold Ham and say, you've got the TUP, we're ready to go, everything's in place. Let's figure out how to get this done, and we can get her done.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. If it's a day or two, that's fine. If it's 2 months from now and it has to get approved, but at the next board meeting, that's a different issue because it's 2 months until it gets approved, and then it's,
we have special board meetings from time to time. So,
Mr. Chairman, we can pre-approve a TUP, and then obviously they go off with the risk that the board's not going to approve it, but generally we can pre-approve those.
And that's an office function that you can pre-approve. Okay. I'm called Harold.
Do you want to take a break and call him right now? Well, Mr. Chairman, I guess conversely, we could approve this and Morris could shut the road down, and Continental would bring in the dirt work and they'd have it built.
Yes, I mean, it's 6 and 1 half times the other.
Not, well, we think that $1.35 per foot per width of road or rod fairly compensates the beneficiaries. We've got the testimony that it has compensated the beneficiaries.
Yep.
So, there's we've done a fiduciary duty that gets the road built. Moors aren't going to be responsible for anything that they don't want to accept, and they can have any contract they want with the energy companies to go ahead and build it and maintain it. So they're in control of the liabilities that they might face.
Yep. Madam Auditor.
Mr. Chairman, so $1.35 a rod for now for a permanent easement. What is the tip of average TUP for a oil and gas use on a road? You mean you don't have it right there?
Well, Mr. Chairman, Madam Auditor, each one is looked at individually, depending on where it is, what type of use, how big, all the things go into it. So we can just generally say $25 a rod. Just a rod, and it's for 30 feet, 60 feet, whatever they need. And again, all plays into the consideration. It is an annual consideration. It's paid every single year. It's renewed or not renewed, but reissued every 5 years if they need it again. So that $25 a rod, if that's what it is, gets paid every single year for the time that the road is in.
So, Mr. Chairman, a follow-up, just to be clear, a TUP, say oil companies were to pay in a TUP for the next 15 years, we're looking at maybe 12 to 14 times the amount of compensation for the trust beneficiaries.
$25 excuse me, Mr. Chairman.
Is that accurate, Mike?
Well, Mr. Chairman, Madam Auditor, I'm throwing 25 out as an example. I don't know the exact number here, but.
And it was a double.
Well, that's, well, what this one-time fee is $89 a rod for a 66-foot wide road. And if they're doing a 56 wide road and you divide that by 25, then that's what you get back over in about 3.56 years.
So, Mr. Chairman, Mr. Treasurer, in 3.5 years, you would make more on a TUP.
Yeah, but Mr. Chairman, I think what would happen here is that if the road were built, then every one of the 6 or 8 oil companies that's going across there, they would have to have get charged a trespass fee or whatever, or they'd have to have their own TUP. So essentially, once the road's built, you're going to get that TUP price times 6 a year. So you're going to be getting, the state's going to be making money on this because that's where it's at. And everything is, controlled by a contractual relationship. And when the traffic goes down, the road's still there. And so it's like, it's all going to end up being the same amount of money one way or the other. It's just whether we make the decision to do it today or believe that it can be done piecemeal, which hasn't happened in the last 3-4 years.
Mr. Chairman, I get what you're saying. I think one difference is that in approving the lease today, the Moores have to cut us a check for $26,000. And in the other case, it would be the oil companies.
Mr. Chairman, I think the other difference is if they're coming in with the TUP first, that's a temporary nature. If you approve the easement today, it's perpetual, it's forever, and that's the board's choice.
Right. And I guess, the issue is here, easement today or not, TUP is still going to have to be secured either way. So, if Continental wants to use it, there should be getting underway to do it. The difference is that they'd have to do the TUP under any circumstance from boundary to boundary along the roadway. So there's no difference in the work that's done. There's simply a difference in the perpetual nature of that easement. So, I think we can continue spinning wheels here, but I think the issue is pretty much laid out in front of us.
Yeah. Well, Mr. Chairman, it's a perpetual road there, easement that's going to be there for all the hunters to get to the north part because of the walk-in area and the access across state land. So there's a perpetual benefit to at least the sportsmen of the state.
Right. And I guess, Mr. Treasurer, the Game and Fish is not here. I don't know what the arrangements are. I have no idea. That's still somewhat at issue. So I'm not wanting to, that's a separate negotiation. I think that happens. I don't think it's part to this. So I, unless Mr. Moore, please feel free.
I can, Mr. Chairman, members of the board, as far as
give Mr. Moore some
how the PAA would work. is the Game and Fish would build a parking lot, and the idea is that in those PAs, they're attempting to improve the quality of the hunting. And so the mode of transportation is either your feet or horse feet or a team of mules or whatever it is that you do. But depending on where the parking lot actually ends up, would depend on how far the traffic would come in for that walk-in area. One suggestion that if it would help, and maybe we could make this edit to the easement right now, is reduce the permanent nature of the easement to 33 feet or 30 feet or whatever. If that helps, if it makes the idea of it being a permanent thing more agreeable, obviously we're amenable to that. That's no problem for us. Thank you.
And thanks. And I appreciate that, Mr. Moore. My suggestion was simply, let's get the road built. And then if you want to have an access, you can figure out what that access needs to be. And I don't think that would be imperiled in any way in that discussion. But if we do the 66-foot one today, it's for all time. And that's the only question. It's not going to be any different for Continental, because they're going to have to start working on the TUP for the entire length of whichever portion of that road they're going to take. So I really appreciate the suggestion, and I'm just trying to go sort of one step at a time. What's the pleasure of the board? Is there anything more to be? And I don't know, Mr. Bump, is anybody, I don't see any hands raised. So I think, board, we understand the issues here. And so.
Just one more question, Mr. Chairman. Could we make it contingent upon the successful negotiation of a walk-in area and parking space? Then you've got permanent use of it for the sportsman.
Mr. Treasurer, I appreciate the notion. Having walk-in areas on our land, sometimes they're not in the right place or things change over time. And so I want to make sure that the Moores are allowed to have a lot of latitude in how they negotiate that. I guess what I'm saying, I don't want to promise anything for anybody else. I know the intent is clear to have a walk-in area, and I think that's a great thing, but that's a negotiation between Game and Fish and the Moores. Madam Auditor.
Mr. Chairman, I'm very ripe to your idea of and as I'm hesitant to delay this issue further, but if they can have a light a fire under Continental and have a provisional approval on a TUP within a couple of days, there's just some things to me that really point that is the right action. And I think it is very tempting to resolve this today because the Moores have been made to wait much longer than anybody should have to, but that's no excuse for not getting it right when it could be only a matter of a couple days or even a couple weeks. I think it would behoove them and us and the beneficiaries to, at this point, get it right, even if it takes an extra week. But Mr. Chairman, I guess I don't know how you would prefer that in a motion. If you would prefer that we move the recommended motion or that, I guess that could be tabled in the event that those negotiations aren't fruitful. So I'm ready to make a motion, Mr. Chairman. I just might ask for some help.
Make this motion effective in 30 days.
So just thinking through that, I'm happy to have correspondence with Continental, encouraging them to move with some speed and get that letter out today if necessary, and say this is first and foremost on our list. And if that's the case, and we can get that going, because they're going to have to be commensurate with road anyway. Let's let us consider a tabling of that. I guess to your thoughts.
Mr. Chairman, I'm going to try a motion.
Okay.
Okay, the motion is to conditionally approve 9926 for the terms expressed here of $16,884.45. Effective in 30 days unless in that time period a temporary use permit is provided for the construction of a bypass.
Okay, Mr. Treasurer has made a motion. Is there support for that motion? Is there support for that motion? Is there support for that motion? The motion fails for lack of a second.
Mr. Chairman?
Madam Auditor.
I think we've made our message clear. And I appreciate your willingness to reach out to the right parties and spur the right horses. And so thus I would move to table the motion.
No discussion. Is there a second?
Second.
It's been, and I guess all in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Motion is tabled. Thank you to the Moores for being here. I will commit to making sure that I get this correspondence in place. You may also kind of encourage them as well. I think we can get this resolved. And if we can get this done, I guess you have a precondition on a TUP. I think we've had a good conversation today, and I would not expect any kind of challenge coming up. So, thanks.
Chairman, I got to excuse myself and make that dental appointment. I can't miss.
Okay, thank you, Madam Director.
Mr. Chairman, that just brings us to our final matter, which is State Forester Bill Krebser has his forestry and fire report.
You know, Bill, I'm going to start putting the you somewhere and giving you a time when we'll allow you to come in.
I would appreciate that, Mr. Chairman. Pretty short report today, Mr. Chairman, members of the board. As I reported to you earlier this week, on the last day of January, we had a fairly significant prairie fire in western Laramie County. Luckily, everybody reacted and responded well, and they caught the fire when it was fairly small and the wind had kind of died down. So, but it just goes to tell us that our fire season becomes longer and longer every year. I reported to you in December that Anthony Schultz, our Assistant State Forester for Fire, was leaving us. He was going to go to work for the Forest Service. He did take a job with Esri, the GIS company, as their Director of Wildland Fire Support. So he's no longer with us. We're in a search for a new FMO, have been conducting interviews, and hopefully fairly soon we'll have somebody in place. I've either had the honor or the duty of being on a national group of state foresters working on the infrastructure bill and how that'll work on forestry issues. It's fairly complex, and it's been an interesting experience, but I think the Forest Service is getting close to looking how they're going to move forward with some of the funds they got in the infrastructure bill. Our Good Neighbor projects that we've been doing around the state, I've reported to them before, utilizing Good Neighbor or infrastructure dollars. The Medicine Bow is actually looking at utilizing another one of our authorized positions that the legislature authorized us a couple of years ago to have for doing Good Neighbor projects. The Black Hills is looking at making the seasonal good neighbor forester that we've had last year up there as a permanent position, and the Bridger Teton is looking at utilizing one of the positions out there. So that's all good news. We've had a lot of good work done with Good Neighbor. Mr. Chairman, other than that, I do have our annual report that we do for the legislature every year. I do have copies of that for you today that I'll give you before you leave. And other than that, Mr. Chairman, I'd answer any questions that you'd have.
Are there any questions for Mr. Crapser? I have one. You can be brief on it. What's our status with Black Hills Forest? And just for background, obviously we're concerned about the reduction in timber harvest. And so there have been a couple of efforts to try to figure out how to redress that issue.
Mr. Chairman, the Forest Service is actually commissioned a retired state forester from Colorado and a retired Forest Service gentleman to look what they're calling their third look at where they are as far as wood supply and growth on Black Hills National Forest. That's ongoing. We're working closely with the state of South Dakota on a project to kind of verify some different concepts of where there's wood or if there is more wood available. As I mentioned, our Good Neighbor forester actually last year, utilizing Good Neighbor, we were actually able to sell more wood under state contracts on the Bear Lodge district of the Black Hills National Forest than the Forest Service was able to sell on the Bear Lodge district of the Black Hills. So that's been productive. The Black Hills is starting their forest plan revision, and we've been working with your office, Governor, and with the counties and with the counties in South Dakota on how to best proceed as involvement on the forest plan moves forward. The Forest Service did have an idea of trying to move wood from California to the Black Hills to help supplement shortages. They were going to work through a pilot project with a wood innovation grant to pay for the rail freight for moving that wood. The forest health folks from both the Forest Service, South Dakota, and from our division have looked at that. There's 3 or 4 beetles that are native to California that attack ponderosa pine that aren't native to the Black Hills. And the decision was made last week that there's really no way to fruitfully mitigate that. So that idea is kind of out the window for now.
Well, thank you. Any further questions? There are none. Madam
Mr.
Director.
Chairman, I think we are at the end of the agenda for the State Board of Land Commissioners.
Well, thank you. And
Mr. Chairman, move to adjourn.
it's been moved that's been seconded. Okay, all in favor? We are adjourned. Thank you.